I ain't had shit. I'm talking way before the Cuban or the yellow whip. Niggas thinking that I got a younger reflection of daddy look the same, but I'm telling you I wasn't him. The world turns as another nigga loses his life, while we glorify this money, never knowing the price. They try to tell me it's a gamble, we just rolling the dice. No, the game ain't fair, niggas ain't playing right. Could you last in a jungle full of wolves and thugs? A cesspool of jealousy with endless drugs. Wicked ass recipe, they out for your blood, and we the cooks behind the stove selling niggas the raw. And if you spell that shit backwards, then you see what I saw. Us against each other, no regards for the law. Murder after murder, some shit that you never heard of. Try to stay about the way I crack another cigar. Lord, it's hard coming where I'm from. Nigga, these shot streets is troublesome. Coming out the house, better have a gun. Niggas will chew you up like bubblegum. We hustle, we don't fear niggas. From the city where they killing all the real niggas. Feel like we a threat, they gotta deal with us. Police ain't protecting us, boy, they trying to steal. Rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. And these bitches ain't to be trusted, I don't think with my dick. They say they crazy in love, but it'll set you up quick. And every bitch ain't Beyonce or the type to fiance. Thought he was a killer, turns out he was strong J. Couldn't be a dealer cause you hustle the wrong way. Rules to the fetty, a lot of niggas ain't ready. Be careful of your surroundings, boy, you're swimming with sharks. But knucklehead niggas don't listen, we know it all. A nigga disrespect my position, he gotta fall. And with that attitude right there, they fucked us all. Cause one go in the ground, the other behind the wall. Shorty got a glare like Ric Flair. Hating niggas turn into Mark Summers and Double Dare. One of the reasons I keep the burner in my underwear. Niggas knock your noodle back and I ain't trying to shit a pair. Yeah, it's hard coming where I'm from. Nigga, these shot streets is troublesome. Coming out the house, better have a gun. Niggas will chew you up like bubblegum. We hustle, we don't fear niggas. From the city where they killing all the real niggas. Feel like we a threat, they gotta deal with us. Police ain't protecting us, boy, they trying to steal, kill us.
Scared of what, where I'm from. No bent knee, you're praying congregation, changing the outcome. No negotiations with God's son. No warning signs of preparation you can make when your time come. Changing your respiration chokes the brain till your life done. Then you walk into the flames of what some claim is a bright sun. Everyone you knew confused, wondering how come. Why'd he choose you, a good dude with a young son? A wife, a good life, a knife, a bloodbath, a gun blast. You shot twice, you hurt bad. A bad joke quickly followed up with a dark laugh. And just that fast, that's your ass. You could just be sitting in the traffic, that's it, out the blue the glass hit. And you don't understand shit, too quick to register. Someone out here getting you, and the next thing you know, you don't get it.
It's hard coming where I'm from. Nigga, these shot streets is troublesome. Coming out the house, better have a gun. Niggas will chew you up like bubblegum. We hustle, we don't fear niggas. From the city where they killing all the real niggas. Feel like we a threat, they gotta deal with us. Police ain't protecting us, boy, they trying to steal, kill us.
Salute, 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 my people. Welcome back. I missed you lunatics, but back we are. YouTube ain't holding us down. Not another day. Well, not today at least. I've had enough. I've had enough. Today it goes down. Salutes. Hope everybody's having a great Monday morning, noon. It's a gloomy day in Chicago. Cold day in Chicago. Hope y'all enjoying the sun and warmth wherever you at. But we out here getting it. Salutes to my brother King Chaz. That's a record I did with him that we introed with today. Y'all can look him up on YouTube. His name is King Chaz, Kingchaz. That's a song called Where I'm From that I did with him a couple of years ago. We are back. We are back. We are back. For those that do not know, no, I did not get lazy this week. I was banned by YouTube for 7 days. Put in solitary confinement by YouTube. I wasn't able to upload anything. I wasn't able to post anything. I couldn't even post to tell y'all that I was banned, which is kind of ridiculous. Yeah, I was in the hole for 7 days. I'll tell you why in a second. Again, let's get to the chat real quick. Salute to Old 30 North and Old Soul. A couple of the usual suspects in the building. Again, I appreciate y'all coming back. It was a long 7 days. Found myself talking to the wall, talking to myself, talking to the remote control, the phone, whatever I could talk to, I was talking to it because I was all by my lonesome, man. I had no outlet, which lets me know one thing. We need a backup channel. We need a backup channel, and I will get on that this week. We will most definitely have a backup channel for times like that. For the next time that YouTube tries to put me in solitary confinement, everybody have a way to fly me a kite and see me. And we'll be able to have our conversations on the backup channel because that was some bullshit what they just did to me. And but we're back. We're back. We got a community guideline strike on the channel now. I'll explain all that in a second. Basically, what happened last week on the same number episode, again, as you can see, I've labeled this live stream episode 9 because the last one was taken down by YouTube and thrown in the trash. Shout outs to Big Changs. Shout outs to Big Changs for calling it. I called it too. He called that my call was good. You know what I'm saying? So basically what happened is we were on a live the other day and I wanted to cover the Mormons versus the Cartel, which is something real, something that happens in Mexico. Something that has to do with a former presidential candidate and a war hero. No, not a war hero, sorry. A presidential candidate, Mitt Romney. His family in Mexico wanted to cover that. And as soon as I started covering it, I put a video from YouTube on my screen, a video that is on YouTube, that was on YouTube then, that is currently on YouTube now, and it had a bunch of bodies and graphic violence on the screen, right? It wasn't my graphic violence, it didn't come from my YouTube video, it came from Vice's YouTube video that's been on YouTube for about 11 years, and YouTube decided to give me a community guideline strike for it instead of the original uploader. So that's something that I don't understand. I do understand over the 7 days from listening to other people that cover prison content that also dabble in cartel content, and they're saying that cartel content is under fire on YouTube and not getting monetized and getting shut down and all of the above. So my question is, why am I getting shut down for 7 days and getting a community guideline strike when that video is currently on YouTube right now? The video that I posted, that I screen shared from YouTube, is currently on YouTube right now with the same violence that they gave me the community guideline strike for, and nobody says a word, right? Explain to me, why is there full frontal nudity on YouTube and it gets through, but me, I can't make it through a live stream without getting shut down on a community guideline? You know what I'm saying? Explain to me why there's full movies, Marvel movies on YouTube, right? But I played 13 seconds of a copyright show tune somewhere, and they shut me down and give me a copyright strike. You know what I'm saying? These are things that I don't understand. Why is it that YouTube shuts down monetization on certain videos, right? And it says you have limited ad suitability on these videos. Why? Because what you're talking about, the shit that we promote, we really don't want to have nothing to do with the smut you're talking about, right? So you get limited to ads, and they say, oh, you're going to have limited ads, if any, right? And you don't get paid nothing but pennies, right? But every time I refresh that video, or I watch the video, or unmonetized, a limited suitability video, ad suitability video, when I watch it, it's mad ads on it, right? So if you ask me, YouTube is destroying the smaller YouTubers and making sure that they stay unpaid. And I'll be delving into that and doing a video about that on my own. You know what I'm saying? So that's basically what happened. I was locked up for 7 days, but I am back now. I couldn't upload. I couldn't post. I couldn't go live. I couldn't do a damn thing. But here we are. We're back at it like bad habits. And we're going to hang out today. So I appreciate y'all. Hopefully the people that were just in the premiere pop up and hang out in the live. We're going to be here for a little while. And that's pretty much it. Let's get to the housekeeping. For those that don't know, we have $2 text-to-speech donations available in the description. There's a link down there for the power chat. For a $2 donation, you can have your comment spoken across my screen, and it'll look something like this.
Test user sent $50 test message.
So boom, that's basically what the TTS message will look like. Also, for $5, you can add a YouTube link to that, and as long as it doesn't get my channel locked down, I will react to the video that you send me right then and there. So there we go. That's what we got right there. We also have the usual super thanks, super chats, and we have Cash App, Venmo, all other donation platforms there. Also, in the last 7 days, I've been working on merch. I'm not sure if you can see it. It should be, but if you look underneath our videos, I don't know if it comes underneath these lives like right now. But if you take a look under our videos in like the last Cartel Wives video, let me see. It should be up there. Yeah, I don't know where it's at right now, but I'll make sure to give us a run through on it. But we got okay, let me share the screen and see if I could at least show you the shop. Let's see. For instance, let's go right here.
What if instead of...
Here we go. Let's see. I'm gonna show you this right here real quick, so you got an image of what we're talking about. So as you can see down here beneath the videos, we got Cartel gear. We got hats, t-shirts, hoodies. Let me click on one of these bad boys. Boom. Boom. All right, we got buttons, we got cups, glasses, we got all kind of stuff down there. So y'all can click on the link and make sure y'all go check out the shop. Let's see what else. We got hoodies, we got coffee mugs, tote bags, t-shirts, Cartel. So I'm just trying to add things to the channel. Looking to get more digital things on the channel that we can to sell. Let's see what else I got here. Let's go back. I had something that's dope for the summer for the fathers out there that are doing their thing, working the grill, and you know they feel like the boss of the backyard. We have El Guapo aprons. Play games if you want to. You too can be El Guapo of the backyard, right? El mero of the man cave, all right? Can be you. There you go. El Guapo aprons for you. El Guapo camping gear for you. Cups and shit like that. So enjoy. Y'all make sure y'all go check that out at the spread shop. It should be linked underneath the videos on my channel. All right? But we are here. We was talking to Vic in the live chat for the Cartel Wives that we just did about 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. And he said, bro, since you've been gone, I've been looking through, you know, this cartel stuff and following the history. And I've been doing that this week too. And not only that, I took that opportunity to catch up on some of the TV shows, the El Chapo show on Netflix and the Narcos Mexico. And Vic and I have both come to the same conclusion. Shout out 030 North. El Guapo. Not to be mistaken with El Chapo. El Guapo, man. El Guapo on the grill. The boss of the backyard. El mero of the man cave right there. That's for all the fathers. That's a great Father's Day gift right there for the El Guapo in your life. right? Enough ladies holler for it. We'll make sure we get a lot of wapa involved in there, all right? So the one thing that both Vic and I have come to the conclusion of is the whole cartel game was built on snitching and turning people in and government and police assistance, man. There's just no getting around it. People talk about the twins like dogs because they cooperated. Everybody cooperated. Miles' kids cooperate. Everybody cooperated. This has been an ongoing thing, 30, 40, 50 years of people cooperating and being involved with government clandestine operations and having ringers in their pocket and politics. What did the Godfather say? Those politicians you hold in your pocket like nickels and dimes. You know what I'm saying? This has been an ongoing thing. This is nothing new. There's no loyal amongst these thieves. There's no honor amongst these thieves. People just been using jail, the police, leverage like this from the beginning just to, get ahead, to get that power. Basically, it's a system of if I can't get to you, if for whatever reason I don't want to smoke you, I'll just, use this chest piece right here and I'll put you in jail. I haven't seen an inkling of somebody reaching the top without getting the help of the government or, the help of the government or the help of the police. So it's all a corrupt game. There's no honor amongst thieves. That's some American shit that we use for gangbangers, for people in the hood. This no snitching shit, this honor amongst thieves lie that we've been told. I'm sure there's another part of that saying, honor amongst thieves, that we're missing, because it's usually like that. We don't get all the history. What is the saying? Jack of all trades, master of none, right? We've been hearing that for all these years. Then you come to find out that there's another piece to it that changes the whole saying. And it's Jack of all trades, master of none, but always better than a master of one, right? Changes the whole saying, changes the meaning of the saying, changes the ideology of the saying, and we never got that part. You know what I mean? Like, this is the type of things that people, it becomes part of their lives. Sayings like that becomes part of their ideology, and we never even got the whole thing. So as far as the criminal life, my generation growing up, watching Scarface and watching all of this and that, I was always, every time as a kid, growing up in the hood, I was always disappointed when the bad guy became the rat. And even young, before I could even understand such things, I felt that way. I felt that way, like, oh man, they just ruined Nino Brown. Nino Brown's on the stage, on the stand, pointing everybody out. What's the Frank Lucas joint, American Gangster? Disappointed, like, this one too. Which is why when 50 dropped the, when I figured out that the twins were the ones that brought down El Chapo, first thing I thought was, how y'all gonna put a blemish on my city like that? You know what I'm saying? Why does Chicago have to own the rats that put down Chapo? You know what I mean? Now I know much more about the story, but back then it's how I felt. Which is why when 50 posted that he was working on the twins, stuff, the podcast, TV show, documentary, I was like, Fifth, I wanna play anybody but a rat. He went on to post every Oscar award-winning rat ever on television or in movies. So I got his point. I understood. I was just clowning anyway, right? But again, I was disappointed. But now I look at it, the whole Mexican cartel, all of that all came up on clandestine police operations. That all comes from them ratting each other out, putting each other in jail. Ratting each other out and it's just, I don't get it. It is what it is, but just understand something. If you're getting in the game, any game, U.S., cross the border, wherever you at, if you're getting in the game, you all by your lonesome. And the dudes that you're getting into business with, y'all need to have an understanding that, hey, this is all going to end somehow. It's not going to last forever. It'll end eventually. It'll end
prison, jail, or I'm good and I done flipped everything, made legitimate business, and snuck out the back. You know what I mean? But most of the time, it don't end up that way. So just understand the facts and know that you're going into a situation where the guy you're doing business with, you have to believe he wants to rob you. You have to believe he wants to take your spot. Because that's all this has been, man. From the Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo days all the way up to El Señor de los Cielos, Amado, everybody was all on the phone with the politicians and the cops. None of this was honor amongst thieves. None of it was honor amongst thieves. So you got to keep that in mind, bro. We got to stop romanticizing this shit. I was watching that El Chapo show. Now I don't know how true some of this stuff is. And this year in this channel, we're going to be, because mind you, 2024 been kicking this channel's ass already. Everything's down in January 2024. Bad month for this channel. But we're going to keep mashing. But this year, we're going to be covering and trying to go back to the beginning. You know what I'm saying? The Rafael Caro Quintero, the Sensimilla, all of that. We're trying to go all the way back there because all of it has to do with government and ratting and all of this. But they insinuated in the El Chapo show that he was into younger women. Women under legal age and all that type of stuff. And that he was they basically showed a scene, if I'm not mistaken, that where he kept the chick in the prison cell. She's crying and screaming. So, he was a grape harvester as far as they're concerned. If that's, and I talk to people on this channel, people that I like, I'm not judging nobody. I'm just, and it goes for me too. I'm just questioning what we be on in this country. How we be glorifying these dudes that we think that they're gangsters. It's because the movies sold you the idea of the car blowing up behind them and them walking away smoking the cigar without flinching. No, man, car blows up, you flinch. That's just real life. You know what I mean? We've been sold this dream, and I be talking to people that come on here, many people, not just one, so I'm not singling anybody out. But many people that be like, oh, I love Chapo. I can't believe those guys did this to him after all he did for them, after all the cartel did for them and this and that and the other. Oh, I'm a Chapo guy. I love Chapo. I mean, he wasn't a good guy, bro. You go, what thanks do you get for going and doing work for him and building him a tunnel? He smoked you. Why? Because you know too much. Same as Jimmy Conway, Goodfellas. You go through the trouble of pulling the Lufthansa heist with him. And what thanks do you get? You frozen like Frankie Carbone in the back of the truck. Why? Because he don't want to share that bread with you. So we're kind of enamored with not good people. These people ain't good people. Chapo wasn't a good dude. If the things they're saying about him is true. And then they say, oh, but he fed the people. Well, that can be considered buying the people. That could be considered buying the people. Oh, the town was fed. The town was bought. It wasn't out of the kindness of his heart. It was out of necessity. I need somebody to watch. Let me know what's coming, Shout out Chucky Chingong in the chat. He's back. I'm back. We all back. Also said the game got no love, and that's a fact. Game ain't never had no love. It never had no love. And the people that don't play the game look at it and say, oh, I like this guy. I had a friend come in here and be like, man, he, in his 40s, Sammy the Bull, man, he did what he did, but we can't take nothing away from him, bro. What he did in the game, all those bodies he got on him. I'm like, what? He was a dirtbag. So what? What's the big deal? What are we glorifying? What are we in there for? On a moral high ground, I ain't never heard the twins force themselves on anybody. Nobody's even made that insinuation. But I heard it about Chapo. That's kind of crazy. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of crazy what we be glorifying. At the end of the day, you just got to look at the makeup of a man and see what he is. And I learned a lot. Now, mind you, I'm watching TV shows. I haven't gotten into the documentaries yet. I'm going to do that with y'all. I was just watching the TV shows, and from what they insinuated, yeah, he was just a bad dude. So we might want to question our loyalties sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Are we loyal to ourselves? Are we loyal to these, these people that they sold us? Don't meet your heroes, man. Sold you a dream that these guys were, honorable men and they did things for the community. Nah, at the end of the day, it was all greed, personal greed, for themselves. So just remember that as we go into these things. But I'm gonna start finding. And here's another thing. So again, shout out to Big Chang. The other day when we got shut down, and again, you guys can go out, come back in, or whatever. I'm not in a rush. There's a couple of things I want to get to. We got to the YouTube stuff. I want to get to we're going to do some Cartel Wives today. Like, I'm in no hurry. It's been 7 days and I've been gone. And that's what these lives are for. These lives are for us to kick it. You know what I'm saying? For us to hang out and talk about it. Shout out Chucky Chingong in the chat. Says a fact. They like young chicks. I've seen it firsthand. How many mafiosos have young brides? I said the same. They're pedos, bro. Absolutely, man. PDF files. And it's like we sitting here holding them up on a pedestal. You know what I'm saying? It's like, why? Why should they be on a pedestal? You know? Why should I not wish that somebody knock his block off over that? Yeah. So it is what it is. But again, to last week's situation where I got shut down by YouTube, shout out to Big Chang. Big Chang was like, yo, you said yourself, let's see how long before YouTube flags you. They flagged you, leave it alone. In fairness to myself, by that point it was already too late. YouTube was coming for me. You know what I'm saying? It was a wrap. But again, these lives are a way for me to experiment with the channel. I will not only be covering cartel stuff. There's going to be stuff on this live that some of you are not going to want to watch. I'm going to go cover, something that happened to the police in Florida or something that happened to a criminal in Utah. I'm going to cover these things. You guys can feel free to leave and come back and catch the part where I'm doing Cartel Wives, but I can't just do one thing. Because one thing doesn't make this channel grow, and one thing doesn't get it paid. You know what I'm saying? One thing is to get it paid. If I show you guys the difference in the monetization from the cartel stuff to the other stuff that I cover, it's night and day. You know what I'm saying? And again, I'm not the only one with this problem. I will be making a YouTube video about it so that we can put something out there, some pressure, and see who else feels what we talking about. Chucky Chingon said punk shit. You getting big, bro? The hate is real. Yeah, the hate is real. No, they on me. I even put in the appeal. They're like, yeah, we're gonna review your video, and then we're going to check your appeal. We'll get to you within 24 hours. It took 3.5 seconds. So you didn't look at shit. You just let it run through a algorithm in a computer, and you shut me down. So, but salute to AZ. I appreciate y'all support. I appreciate everybody that's in here. I'm glad to be back. I'm excited to be back again. We got merch now. Get your Al Wapo apron, get your Il Cartel t-shirts and hats. There's a bunch of different color combinations, so make sure y'all go check out the store. It's a spread shop store. And I'll keep, updating it and adding things to it. But again, these lives are a chance for me to riff. These lives are a chance for me to hang out with you and experiment. And then at the end of the day, I'll cut things out and put them out as videos, and some things will never see the light as day as a video. They'll only live on these lives. So please bear with me as I do this experimentation, because I'm trying to make this channel grow without losing anything. I want to continue to do the cartel stuff, but I want to do other things. I don't want to be stuck in one thing. I want you guys to come here just to see my reaction on whatever it is and for us to have the conversation. So again, these lives are for a good time. They're not meant to be perfect. They're not meant to be, we're here to make mistakes. And that's what I did the other day. I went to that video and I got shut down. So I plan on opening a Patreon so that I can put this stuff on that side. And maybe we'll do something $3 a month. And you'll have all of the stuff that I'm not able to put on YouTube if I'm able to put it on Patreon. So we'll figure that out. Chucky Chingo said, YouTube been born without you, big bro. Stay grounded. Appreciate it, bro. I was bored without talking to y'all. Trust me. Not that I wasn't busy. I was getting shit done, designing merch and getting things in order. But Definitely boring. I was looking forward to going live. Then I tried to go live yesterday, and there was technical difficulties, and that wasn't working out. But today we got it all figured out, and we on and we popping. You know what I mean? On and we popping. So, there was something that I wanted to look into as far as I wonder how many of y'all watched that El Chapo show or the Narcos Mexico. But I found myself because we also realize now that they'll come for your family. The cartel will come for your family, and it seems, if you let the TV show tell it, it seems like that wasn't a common thing back in the day. Now with the mob, that was always a common thing. It was like, no, we don't touch families, we don't deal with the wives and the kids. But I saw what they did to Guero Palma's family. I don't know if y'all know his story. And it seems like that was one of the first times that they went to that length. And they never came back from that. Because since then, families have not been off limits. Since then, families been, it's basically the calling card for the cartel. What does everybody say when discussing it? Oh, they'll wipe your whole family out. You know what I mean? So that's a sad thing that I saw. So I want to cover that. I want to cover his stuff. Another thing I noticed about YouTube, and I'm thinking that this is true. I heard my boy Zaya say it. I had been thinking about it, and he gave me a little confirmation. Then I heard somebody else say it. I feel like the algorithm is also listening to what I'm saying on these videos. So if the story that I'm covering is tragic and there's any laughter in the video, I think YouTube shuts down the monetization and stops pushing that video. I think that's what happens too. Well, I can't trust their AI to understand sarcasm. I can't trust their AI to understand my sense of humor. You know what I mean? So it's kind of disgusting to be on YouTube at the moment. YouTube is kind of turning into a kid's platform, right? That's what it seems like. Adults can't speak freely here. So you would think, I have nieces. You would think that the children would be protected when they're on YouTube Kids, but they're not. There's adults on there pretending and looking. They look like they're there for kids, but they're talking adult subjects. And these kids, that YouTube don't protect that. They're not on top of that. So I don't understand their end game. You know what I'm saying? Again, sidetracked by YouTube, but it is what it is. I feel like they bullshitting. Salute Ruben Contreras in the chat. Hundreds up. It's on the hundreds. I'm going to look for something on Guero Palma. Because this was kind of foul, bro. This was kind of foul. All right, let's check this out.
Born Jesus.
Let's check this out and hope we don't get shut down. We are back at it. Got my cafecito. For those that are at work, salute to you. Give a little, hidden little to the man, little middle finger to the man real quick. And to those that are working from home, salutes to you. To the smokers, smoke them if you got them. To the drinkers, drink them if you got them. To the people in recovery, salutes to you. You are a strong person. You could get through this. Me, I needed the cafecito for today. So with that being said, we're going to get into this Guero Palma video, the tragic life story of a narco. Because I feel like... we got a new sub. What do we got here? Jay Perez, subscribe. Salute to Jay Perez. Appreciate you. Thank you for the sub, sir. I feel like this was a story that, mind you, I don't know no better, but from what I've seen of these cartel stories, this is one of the first ones where I heard them doing something like this to a family, and I feel like they never turned back. So this was like a turning point in the cartel's history where it became okay to go after family. You know what I'm saying? Here we go. Here, let me Make this chat a little smaller right here. One sec, boom. Let's make this a little smaller right here. There you go. Oh, you know what? We can move it over. Move it here for right now. I mean, I got two chats up here right now.
JPerager9 just subscribed on YouTube.
I think that was the J Perez subscription. Appreciate you. Thank you, sir. It's a very small. I mean, I'm sorry. I got two chats up here, but I'm working out kinks. So I'm okay with the two chats right now. We're good. Yeah, maybe I'll move it over here. Wow. Here we go. There we go. We're good right there. Boom. Boom. Sub goal. We got our sub goal up there. We got 4782. I believe that's what it says. 4782. Yes, sir. Jay Perez brought it to the 82. All right, let's get it.
It is no news that terrorism, violence, and premature deaths are the features that make up a crime syndicate. And since this is sadly true, all criminals will end up partaking in one, if not all, of the three. Unfortunately, sometimes their family members get dragged into it. In Palma's case, he was supposed to be the target, but his wife and 2 children paid the price for his actions. In today's video, I will be talking about the tragic life story of El Guero Palma, the man who witnessed the gruesome death of his entire family.
Now, mind you, on both TV shows, he didn't witness anything. There was no witnessing, so they didn't even go into the in depth or in reality like that. That he actually witnessed this stuff. So we didn't see that part. Again, please hit the like button if you have yet to subscribe. Please do. The like button helps big time. So I'd appreciate y'all if y'all did that. And here we go.
El Guero Palma was born Jesus Hector Luis Palma Salazar on April 29, 1960, in Noria de Abajo, Mocorito, Sinaloa. Born into a low-income family, Palma grew up wanting to do better and have loads of money. Just after attending primary school, Palma decided he wasn't going to do school anymore. He probably felt like school was a waste of time compared to what he wanted, so he started robbing cars. Not much is known about Palma's childhood after that, but it is safe to assume that with the way he eventually turned out, he must have moved from just robbing cars to even more dangerous crimes. Almost anyone can argue that Mexico is plagued by drug cartels, and it is common knowledge that these cartels pay their members insane amounts of money. By virtue of being a Mexican living in a low-income neighborhood, it is not surprising that Palma must have known this. It is also safe to assume that he wanted to be a part of the underworld because of the financial incentives. As time passed, with Palma committing more and more crimes in Sinaloa, ex-policeman and boss of the Guadalajara cartel, Miguel Felix Gallardo, began to find Palma interesting. Life in a cartel. At the time that he picked up interest in Palma, Felix was the #1 smuggler of weed and cocaine into the United States. Along the line, the men crossed, and Palma agreed to join the ranks of the Guadalajara cartel. According to multiple reports, when Palma initially began to work for Angel, he worked as his gunman. But as is normal in...
Again, these are clips from Narcos Mexico, and I don't know how close they stuck to the story. And I don't know how much of it is real. We're going to find that stuff out when we get into these documentaries. Again, we're jumping straight to Guero Palma's life because, again, I feel like it was a crossroads in the cartel for them to start, doing what they do to families. So, again, I also want to check the authenticity of these TV shows and see how much of this stuff they put in there was actually real.
In any organization, there are chances of either reaching high up in the ranks or getting kicked out of the organization. Palma quickly rose in the ranks to become an unmatchable drug smuggler. Apparently, Felix trusted and respected Palma enough to have him oversee some of his shipments. With an elevation in ranks, Palma also got an elevation in status. He began to make even more money than he was making when he had just started working at the Guadalajara cartel. Abelardo El Lobito Retamosa Machado also rose in ranks around the same time that Palma did. He, however,
Se quedó sin nombre.
Didn't get to work with Palma for that long because he was brutally murdered after the Guadalajara cartel lost a shipment that was worth several millions of dollars. Meanwhile, Palma survived but was accused of betrayal. Felix's nephews, Benjamin and Ramon, were particularly interested in Palma afterward. They didn't trust him, and they wondered why their cousin allowed him so much power in a cartel he didn't run. But Felix was unmoved because, over time, Palma had proven to be good at his job, especially after meeting Joaquin El Chapo Guzman. Palma's first arrest. In 1978, Palma was arrested in Arizona, USA for drug trafficking and was sentenced to 8 years in prison. A few years after Palma got out of jail, his boss, Felix, was caught and sentenced to serve prison time. Now, there are two reports as to how he got caught. According to Felix, a policeman who used to work for him had sold him out. The second report was more rumored than stated. It was believed that Palma had connived with Guzman to have Felix thrown in jail.
Come on, man. Even in every 80s... In every 80s film, from Paid in Full to whatever, Scarface is prevalent. You know what I'm saying? Scarface is prevalent. It's a dream that Hollywood sold people. It's a dream that Hollywood sold people. So even Chapo, drank the Kool-Aid. As far as this show is saying.
Felix thrown in jail. Apparently, they both worked together to take out all of Felix's lieutenants and lawyers. Whatever the case, a fierce drug war between Palma and Felix's nephews, Benjamin and Ramon, broke out in 1989. With Guzman on Palma's side, the pair fired back at Felix's nephews with the same level of force with which they were attacked. This led to an insane degree of unrest in the northern part of Mexico.
So this is Sinaloa versus Arellanos, which was Tijuana, I believe. And if we recall, when Peter was in the federal holding or federal prison, they brought somebody to his cell that turned out to be from another cartel. That guy was from the Arellano cartel. So they were sworn enemies, Sinaloa and the Arellano cartel.
Constant news of bombings, kidnappings, and beheadings, and while the cause of the drug war might seem personal on the surface, it was also territorial. With Felix in prison, his nephews Benjamin and Ramon wanted to gain control over a border city in the US, Sonora, which used to be supervised by Palma and Guzman, while both were still associated with Felix's cartel. And obviously, with control over a strategic border city, drug operations especially become easy between the two states on opposite sides of the border. Taking all of this into consideration, the Guadalajara cartel couldn't hold out as one for much longer, also considering that their boss was in prison. After the breakup of the cartel, Felix's nephews went on to form the Tijuana cartel, also known as the Arellano Felix organization.
So they had a federation basically at that point. It was again from the movie. We'll get into the documentaries. It was Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo, Rafael Caro Quintero, and they, supposedly Caro Quintero invented the seedless bud, which allowed you more room to transport. And they built the federation around it, which took the bosses of Juarez and Tijuana and Sinaloa, and they created a federation. They created a commission, kind of like Lucky Luciano did. They created a commission, and that's how they were trafficking together. And then, of course, as usual, the criminal ego, the criminal mind state, the lack of honor amongst thieves, the no love in the game came to fruition, and they ended up breaking up the whole organization. People will step over dollars for dimes. They broke up something that was rich over doing each other dirty, sticking each other up, smashing each other's girl, doing this, doing that. Just a bunch of stupid shit that people can't control themselves from doing. So when they say that the money is the most important thing, it's usually not, man. The ego is the most important thing, most of the time. So they let this organization fall apart, and then everybody went back to doing their own things, and they went to war with each other.
While Palma, Guzman, and Ismael El Mayo Zambada formed the Sinaloa cartel, the death of Palma's family. To Felix's nephews, Palma was the enemy, and as a result, they were ready to do anything to bring him down. To achieve their goal, the nephews enlisted the services of Salazar Rafael Clavel Moreno, a Venezuelan.
That's a dirty, dirty, dirty animal right there. That's a dirty animal. Might be a worse dirty animal than Saul, because remember we covered Saul. Saul was a dirty animal. But this guy, what this guy did, this might take him over the edge of the dirty animal title.
violent drug lord who was known to be very handsome and had a charming smile that brought weakness to the knees of the women who encountered him. The plan was for him to seduce Palma's sister Minerva, thereby gaining him access to Palma's family and helping him stay informed about the operations of the Sinaloa cartel via family circles. In a somewhat comical turn of events, that didn't work. Since desperation had set in, the group decided that it was better to seduce Palma's wife, Guadalupe. It turned out that Guadalupe wasn't happy in her marriage because her husband
Hold on, what was the original plan?
him stay informed about Palma's sister Minerva, thereby weakness to the knees of the women who encountered him. The plan was for him to seduce Palma's sister Minerva, thereby gaining him access to Palma's family and helping him stay informed about the operations of the
So Buddy was gonna seduce Guero's sister so he could be in the family and be ear hustling. Think I'm gonna make that shirt. No ear hustling, pocket watching, pillow talking. Period. But that's what he was gonna do. He was gonna not marry in, but seduce his way into the family so that he could, ear hustle the family, know what they're on.
Sinaloa cartel via family circles. In a somewhat comical turn of events, that didn't work. Since desperation had set in, the group decided that it was better to seduce Palma's wife, Guadalupe. It turned out that Guadalupe wasn't happy in her marriage because her husband and father to her 2 children was never around. Armed with this knowledge, Clavel came into the picture and began to shower Guadalupe with all that Palma was unable to. While Palma was out overseeing shipments and bribing authorities, Guadalupe was acting on the love she had for Clavel. So, when Clavel brought up the idea of eloping with him, Guadalupe was too lovesick to refuse, causing her to willingly leave with her 2 children for Oakland.
Okay, mind you, she was on some whole shit, okay? Right? But we're not judging her for that because of what she went through, all right? And we're not saying that that's why she deserved it either. I don't think she deserved it. Again, this is a horrible turning point in the cartel. To me, it reads off as desperate, man. Like you can't get your guy without going this far.
San Francisco. When they got to San Francisco, Clavel made Guadalupe take out a total of $7 million from one of Palma's accounts in San Diego.
Damn.
According to reports, when Palma received the news, he was so furious that he destroyed everything in the house he was staying in at the time. On Guadalupe's part, withdrawing such a huge amount of money out of Palma's account turned out to be the calm before the storm. In a San Francisco hotel, Clavel murdered and dismembered Guadalupe, after which he sent her head to Palma inside a metal cooler. 2 weeks later, he took Palma's 2 children, Natalia and Hector, aged 4 and 5 respectively, to San Cristobal, near the Colombian border, and threw them over the Concordia Bridge. He cruelly recorded the whole thing and later sent the video to the children's father. Palma's revenge.
All right. So I didn't know which TV show to believe. I didn't know whether to believe El Chapo or whether to believe Narcos Mexico. But this guy's saying it as if it's fact. And we're going to find it again through documentaries, news reports, paperwork, interviews, and stuff like that. But says he beheaded her. Put her dome in a cooler. Sent her dome to the man with a videotape of the whole thing. Okay, so now it makes sense to me, the videotape. I forgot about that. I forgot there was a videotape. At the beginning of this video, I said, I didn't know he witnessed the whole thing, but he witnessed it secondhand via videotape. And then 2 weeks later, put his kids over the bridge like, bruh. Y'all crossed every line, every barrier, everything at that point.
Of money out of Palma's account turned out to be the calm before the storm. In a San Francisco hotel, Clavel murdered and dismembered Guadalupe, after which he sent her head to Palma inside a metal cooler. 2 weeks later, he took Palma's 2 children, Natalia and Hector, aged 4 and 5 respectively, to San Cristobal, near the Colombian border, and threw them over the Concordia Bridge.
That guy is a dirty, rotten piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? You do that to some kids, you're dirty. Mind you, these scenes and this storyline hit a lot. And I will say that I enjoyed the El Chapo show more than I enjoyed the Narcos Mexico. This scene right here beats the emotional levity that they had in the Narcos Mexico. Narcos Mexico, it didn't really hit home. This right here, this guy's acting and the way they set up this scene, they killed it.
He cruelly recorded the whole thing and later sent the video to the children's father. Palma's revenge, a mass murder spree. To say the least, the death of Palma's family broke him. In remembrance of them, he built a mausoleum in the Pantheon Gardens in Culiacan and commissioned it with the drawings of his wife and children. As you would expect, after grieving, Palma decided to avenge the death of his wife and children, to begin his ruthless...
Bruh, I don't blame Buddy. at the end of that, everybody is fair game. That's what kind of took it there. Listen, man, you look at these blood feuds. You look at these blood feuds in Chicago, and you say, "Oh, why can't these kids just have peace?" Right? These kids are 15 and 16 years old, and they don't even know why they're killing each other. They don't even know how the beef started. They don't have to. They just need to know how many of their people died, and that type of that's a blood feud. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of those go on forever. You know, we can't have a peace summit about a blood feud sometimes. You know what I'm saying? So as far as this guy's concerned, that was the beginning of families being if that was the beginning of, and I'm sure there was other instances where it happened, but if this is the major turning point in the cartel game to where they started making okay to go after families, it's because that started a blood feud. Because for me, if you're Guero, once that's done to you, all bets are off, Papa. Ain't nobody safe, you know. Shout out to the chat. Also said that's so crazy. Indeed it is. Ruben Contreras, that guy's crazy for doing that. I don't even think that was necessary. He did that because he wanted to, not because he needed to. Yeah, I mean, he seems that kind of, you know. I mean, in order to do that, you definitely got to be a sick fuck. You know what I mean? In general. Now, was it in order? Was it the way he would? Probably, you know. Sick fuck don't have to have a mind of his own. He could be told what to do, you know, so. Yeah, that's dirty. Salute 100 to 030 North. Nigga, my hundreds up in there. Y'all see that little heart button in the right corner of the chat? Y'all could hit that 1,000 times too, because I don't even know what it does. But I'm sure it does something good. Let's give it a try. This channel needs all the good it can get. Damn, boy, that's a dirty thing to do. And then in the Chapo show, you know, he told Chapo, make sure you smoke them all. In this one, they showed them come get dude in particular. They got him at the sneaker shop. They got him at the shoe store. And they hit a home run out the park off his dome piece.
Revenge spree, Palma had Clavel's
Little Chapito right there. Not to be mistaken with El Guapo. Make sure you go to our merch shop. You get an El Guapo apron for the backyard boss in your life.
3 children and Clavel himself killed. Clavel's accomplices were also executed and dismembered, and shortly after, Clavel's lawyers and other family members followed suit. On November 8th, 1992,
look at that, he
armed
went for
Clavel's
everybody.
girlfriend. To begin his ruthless revenge spree, Palma had Clavel's 3 children and Clavel himself killed.
3 children. Papa, you settled. How dare you go do anything to anybody's children with children of your own, bro? You know what I'm saying? A direct karmatic line to your legacy right then and there. All right? A direct karmatic, think about what I just said. A direct that's a blood curse, man. A direct karmatic line to your offspring. You're a dirty, rotten piece of shit. You know? Sorry, y'all. I'll be wearing black, and then black, you get little pieces of lint and shit on it. And it annoys me. But, you know, you do something like that to somebody's kids and you got kids of your own, like, you put that curse on your family. You bled all over them.
Clavel's revenge. Palma decided to avenge the death of his wife and children. To begin his ruthless revenge spree, Palma had Clavel's 3 children and Clavel himself killed. Clavel's accomplices were also executed and dismembered, and shortly after, Clavel's lawyers and other family members followed suit. On November 8th, 1992, armed men from
lawyers, other family members, himself, his kids,
the Sinaloa Cartel marched into Christine Disco in Puerto Vallarta. They shot sporadically at the members of the Tijuana Cartel for 8 minutes, leaving countless bodies in their wake. While this was a bold and direct attack, it didn't have the desired effect because the high-ranking members got away. In May 1993...
And think about that, all of this, oh, I'm a Chapo person, or I'm a this person, that person. They went into clubs and bodied everybody as a message. They didn't go in there and get the big boys that they needed to get or this, that, or the other. They went in there and they bodied everybody and left piles just so that they can, you know, leave a message. That's bananas. There's no respect for human life, none of that shit. You know, no honor amongst thieves, none of it. You got to make a decision. If you're going to be a savage, you're going to be a savage. If you're not going to be a savage, you're not going to be a savage. Salutes to Perfecto J777. They said, hey, Val with roses. Okay, I don't know if Val's in here, bro. I doubt it. But salutes to you. Appreciate you being here. Salutes. Yeah, but that would, you know. But mind you, they did the man's family in. He went and did everybody's family. Then they shot the club up. But again, they didn't get no major. He just said it. They didn't get no major.
Other family members followed suit. On November 8, 1992, armed men from the Sinaloa Cartel marched into Christine Disco in Puerto Vallarta. They shot sporadically at the members of the Tijuana Cartel for 8 minutes, leaving countless bodies in their wake. While this was a bold and direct attack,
8 minutes. Now, he said they shot at the cartel, but were they shooting at the cartel? The people was just out there partying, you know what I'm saying? Salutes to Perfecto J777. Like the content, bro. Keep it up. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Please, if you have yet to subscribe, please do. Hit the like button. Hit that little heart in the corner. Whatever you can hit, hit that shit. Accept the dislike button. Appreciate you. Thanks for being here. We back. We offer 7-day suspension from YouTube. Fuck you, YouTube. Community guideline that, YouTube. Fuck you, YouTube.
it didn't have the desired effect because the high-ranking members got away.
The high-ranking members got away, man. They was just airing everybody out.
In May 1993, there was a mass shooting at the Guadalajara airport, which took even more lives. This war continued for years until Ramon, one of Felix's nephews, was assassinated, while the other, Benjamin, was arrested. With their arrival,
Now, my understanding of that airport situation was, and again, we'll get into that when we get into these documentaries and stuff, was that the Arellanos went there to get Chapo, who they believed was getting on an airplane. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was the CIA. 030 North said, this Val in jail. Probably not, because it said, hey, Val, unless it is Val. Is that you, Val? Let me see. No, I think that's a man in the image. Let me see. Tell you right now. Hold on. Oh, yeah, that's a man in the image, man. We're not doing that. We're not doing that, though. No. But if I do, if Val does happen to reach out from jail, I will make sure to let you guys know, because that's quite a possibility. So again, this airport story. So there was a very significant, high-ranking, I believe he was a priest, that was out there, and he was anti-cartel, and he was out doing speeches and stuff like that. And I don't know if the Mexican government and the CIA wanted him quiet. But supposedly, what happened at that airport was, at the same time that Arellano was coming to get Chapo, the CIA and the Mexican government were coming to get that priest. Same time. And that two simultaneous shootouts happened at the same time. And they balled that all up and gave it to Chapo. And put that on Chapo's head. That's my understanding of it. Again, we'll get deeper into that. But that is stranger than fiction right there. That you're in the middle of a war, you go to get Chapo at the airport, and then you just happen to run into a kill squad of people that are there to get this preacher too. You know what I'm saying? And it all turns into a crazy bumblefuck. Like, that was bananas.
out of the way, Texas airport, which took even more lives. In May 1993, there was a mass shooting at the Guadalajara airport, which took even more lives. This war continued for years until Ramon, one of Felix's nephews, was assassinated, while the other, Benjamin, was arrested. With their rival out of the way, the Sinaloa Cartel soon became the controlling drug organization in the whole of Mexico. Palma's second arrest. In the same year, Palma's co-leader Guzman was arrested, leaving Palma and Zambada to run the Sinaloa drug organization. In 1995, Palma had been on his private jet from Sonora to a wedding party. He, however, crash-landed on the field of Nayarit in western Mexico due to low fuel. Livid, Palma killed his pilot and co-pilot and hid their bodies in sleeping bags. He went into hiding after that, but was caught in June of the same year and was taken to
Like, you make a mistake. First of all, that's a big mistake. You didn't gas up the plane. That's a huge mistake. But you make a mistake with these dudes, you end up wrapped up in a sleeping bag.
Puente Grande prison. He was extradited to the US in 2007 and was incarcerated in 2008. He was first imprisoned in Phoenix, then in Colorado, at the Alcatraz of the Rockies, reportedly the most secure prison in Colorado. During his incarceration, Palma was only allowed an hour of sunlight from the roof window every day. In June 2016, Palma was extradited back to Mexico on good behavior. According to Daily Star, after being deported back to Mexico, Palma was charged with the double murder of 2 police officers in 1995 and has been held at the Altiplano prison near Mexico City ever since.
but it was a goon. So there you have it. That's the Guero Palma story. They did his family dirty. Again, they were going to go in under the guise of loving his sister. And they decided, now let's go with the wife. The wife bit. And got her children tossed off a bridge for it. Got her head put in a cooler for it and sent to him. So a lot of tragedy that led to a lot of bodies, you know what I'm saying? But to me, it feels like a tipping point to where the cartel realized, well, nothing's off limits and family can catch it too. You know? And that is a sad, sad, sad story. Not just for his family, but for every family that it's touched since then. Again, recently we had that family that they found, and it was a bunch of teenagers and pregnant girls and all kind of family. Again, I haven't been able to lock down on that story itself, but, you know, if family ain't safe, it's like, what do I want to be in that business for? You know what I'm saying? If the disparity of them not being able to get me where they want me is going to have them snatch up my kid, what I want to be in that business for? You know? And then people say, oh, you got to be a gangster. If you have Tony Montana aspirations, bro, cool. You know? But his reign at the top was that quick, too. And the screenwriter told you that, not even reality. So if reality and the screenwriter's telling you, I'd buy it, bro. So now we got into Guero Palma. Y'all are a little bit more familiar with him, where he's from, who he's with. He's family with the Tijuana cartel. He's family with the Arellanos. He was very close with I'm sorry, he's not family with the Arellanos. Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo, that he was at war with, is family with the Arellanos. Guero Palma is very tight with Chapo. You know what I'm saying? And that created a beef and you know, a hatred between Chapo and the Arellanos, and all of those things just bubbled and bubbled and bubbled. But we'll get through all of them. We're going to get through everybody. Amado Carrillo, we're going to get through, we're going to go through all of these players in the game and how they wanted to start the Confederation, or the Federation, and how Chapo tried to bring that back. But what they did to Dude's family was a tipping point. That shit just gave a green light for everybody's family can get it at that point, you know. Salute to y'all. Make sure y'all please hit the like button. Hundreds in the chat from me. And salute to you. Appreciate y'all. Thank you for being here. Let's see. Let's get into the Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo. I wonder if he's still living. I see a picture of him on the news from 2 years ago. He's old as hell. See, these guys made the mistake, and the mistake was doing what they did to Kiki Camarena. For those that ain't familiar, Kiki Camarena was a DEA agent that the cartel kidnapped and ended up unaliving. Big mistake for them. Let's see what this one is.
Ready?
On January 25th,
Relax.
one of the best action movies ever
Mission
made.
Impossible.
Decades after his
Salute Felix Reyes in the chat. Appreciate you.
arrest.
So this is a quick video about the rise of Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo. Now, what I took from the Narco series was he was family with Rafael Caro Quintero. He was a police officer. Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo was a police officer. We're going to call him Felix from here forward. He was a police officer, and his cousin Rafael Caro Quintero, we'll call Rafa from here on out. Rafa was something of a green thumb. You know, he was Felix was a police officer, and Rafa was the green thumb. And Rafa had a greenhouse in the backyard, and he was just trying to innovate weed at the time. And he figured out how to separate the male strain from the female strain, and keep the female strain from getting pollinated by the male strain, and no seeds, bigger buds, which meant less twigs, less seeds, more space to fill more bud. And it revolutionized the game. So at that time, Felix's idea was, let me put a federation together of all of the neighboring communities and plazas and get all of these bosses to come together, and I'll push this same product that nobody else has that we have. We can corner this market. We can set the price. Let's get rich together. And they created the federation around that. Again, this is the guy that brought together Sinaloa, Juarez, Tijuana, brought all of these people together to create a federation, to sell the same bud, to set the same price. But quickly, things got complicated as to they were in cahoots with governments, Mexican government, American government, Colombians, and it got to the point where they had to do favors for people that turned into new businesses, that created new tensions, and so on and so forth. But this is the guy that started that federation, Miguel Ángel Felix Gallardo.
Decades after his arrest, the Godfather has become a shadow of the man he once was. But through it all, he has continued to maintain his innocence.
Look at him, boy. Somebody got him for his eyeball. Still claims he's innocent as an old man. He got his little tanque in the background. Living it up.
For all we know, Miguel may not be guilty of the crime he was convicted of, but he is by no means an innocent man. Miguel Ángel Felix Gallardo, commonly referred to as El Jefe de Jefes, the boss of the bosses, and El Padrino, the Godfather, is the pioneer of the modern drug trade and one of the most significant drug traffickers in Mexico's history. But when you look closely at how he started, you'll discover that the Godfather's radical change in status is subsumed in mysteries. How did the Godfather of Narcos get into the illegal drug trade, and where is he now? The beginning. Miguel was born on January 8, 1946, on a ranch in Bella Vista on the outskirts of Sulisan, Sinaloa. Although the time is uncertain, it is recorded that Miguel was admitted into high school and was fortunate enough to graduate afterward. Fortunate in the sense that Miguel himself claimed that he grew up in poverty. Living in poverty meant that the resources and opportunities he was presented with were minimal. Regardless, he made it through high school and became very proficient in reading and writing. After completing high school, young Miguel yearned to go to college and obtain a business degree, but as a result of several factors, this dream would remain unfulfilled. Since he couldn't go to college, Miguel did the next best thing. He joined the police force at the age of 17 and began working for the government as a Mexican federal judicial police agent. He also worked as a family bodyguard for Sinaloa Governor Leopoldo Sanchez Celes.
Now that guy right there, Leopoldo, was all up in the game. The way they sell it in the TV show was like, Felix thought he was more family than he was business, but dude didn't see it that way. Dude was about his business. And again, he was the string, the string between the government and the guy that started the Federation, Felix.
While these positions and opportunities sound like the start of a successful career in law enforcement, they weren't good enough for Miguel. The desperate young man was money hungry, and he wanted to make more money by all means. As a result of his insatiable hunger for quick money, Miguel didn't give a thought to the fact that he was going to be on the wrong side of the law if he got into dealing with narcos. As if the universe was cheering him on, Miguel met a drug smuggler while working as a bodyguard for the governor. The drug smuggler was a fellow bodyguard whose name was Pedro Aviles Perez. When the latter discovered that the Godfather was interested in the drug trade, he wasted no time recruiting him. But Pedro didn't always run the show, as you would later find out. He died in 1978 in a police shootout. Pedro's death led Miguel to take over the drug trafficking business and also...
So Pedro was the boss in Sinaloa when Chapo was trying to come up as a young man. Chapo was washing his cars. And they insinuate, or they don't insinuate on the show, they flat out tell you, this insinuates that Felix might have had something to do with Pedro or with Perez being unalived and Felix taking over, but nobody has said that out loud and concrete like, yo, this guy did this to him to take over. But nonetheless, he took over once the dude was out of his place.
Also established the Felix Gallardo
He started the Federation.
The show, as you would later find out. He died in 1978 in a police shootout. Pedro's death led Miguel to take over the drug trafficking business and also establish the Felix Gallardo organization, which was later changed to the Guadalajara Cartel. Now, you are probably wondering what the cartel had to do with anything. Well, the Godfather wanted a single unit to control drug trafficking in Mexico, and he wanted to sit on the throne. The rise of the Guadalajara Cartel. As is common with all powerful drug lords, the Godfather had his partners and loyalists, namely Rafael Caro Cantero and Ernesto Fonseca Carrillo. By the 1980s, these three already knew the ins and outs of the drug trafficking system in Mexico. According to The Atlantic, their drug empire included...
It's like the Garden of Eden. It's a
Relax.
real place.
How do you know it's a real place?
I was there.
You're gonna have to elaborate on that.
Hold on. This guy was in the Garden of Eden,
It's
y'all.
not
Hold
far
on.
from Baghdad in Iraq. But again, it's a physical place. It exists, but you can't see it if you fly over it.
Why
The
not?
scriptures speak about it. If you're going to fly over it with a plane, you won't see anything.
No?
How do you
the
explain
camera.
that?
Shut
the
your ass.
Rancho Buffalo marijuana plantation. The plantation...
Bruh,
According
look
to The
at the
Atlantic,
size of this
these three
plantation.
already knew the...
Now, I don't know if they really did it like this or they just showed it like this on the show. But this plantation is the size of like Illinois and shit. What did I do? I muted this.
Rancho Buffalo marijuana plantation. The
Look at this, all of this, and there's more on this side. All of this between these mountains, this all bud on the TV
plantation
show.
reportedly spanned over 2,000 acres of land and produced up to $8 billion in products every year. The Guadalajara cartel continued to be successful to the point where the Godfather began to embrace the ideal of expansion. He formed affiliations with the Cali cartel and the Medellin cartel of Colombia to export drugs to Tijuana. According to Wilson Center, the cartel became extremely powerful due to its connections to powerful Colombian OCGs and the lack of internal rivalries or competition within Mexico. When people talk about the spread of narcos in Mexico today, they do not fail to mention the Godfather's involvement with the famous Colombian drug lord Pablo Escobar, in one way or another. However, experts believe that an affiliation between the two would have been very unlikely. Notwithstanding, nobody can deny the
I know a lot of unhappy Colombians with that guy's performance. They think he sounds like a Brazilian trying to be a Colombian. He's an actor. Come on. Chucky Chingong in the chat said, I'm back. Caro Quintero ran my area's boss of bosses was Fonseca Carrillo. Oh man, ran it with an iron fist, I'm sure. Especially in their older years. You can't be a tender-fisted mero out there. That had to have the iron fist. Also said facts on the bad Colombian dialect from the Brazilian actor that played Pablo Escobar.
fact that the believe that an affiliation
Pablo
with
Escobar.
drug lord Pablo
Pablo Escobar, marica. He said, yeah, it was a big ass farm. Hell yeah, they had like 500 workers. I'm telling you, that shit, the scale of that alone is like, wow. You know, and in the show, they show Kiki Camarena, you know, sneaking his way onto that field and working it and just looking over that shit. And it was just a huge, giant field. So I could only imagine.
Escobar rivalries or competition within Mexico. When people talk about the spread of narcos in Mexico today, they do not fail to mention the Godfather's involvement with the famous Colombian drug lord Pablo Escobar, in one way or another. However, experts believe that an affiliation between the two would have been very unlikely. Notwithstanding, nobody can deny the fact that the Godfather's partnership with other cartels helped to strengthen his business. Reports also state that the Mexican DFS, Dirección Federal de Seguridad, intelligence agency protected the Guadalajara cartel.
See, that was their precinct. That was their ringer. Again, they were cheating. The cops were cheating. Everybody was cheating, Finnegan style. You know what I'm saying? By the way, spoke to Finnegan's people this week. They reached out to me. Nothing crazy. Just wanted to, give me a salute for what I was doing, and in hopes that, maybe somewhere down the line we can get some work done. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, so that was their connection, that DFS, that was their line to the police. That was their protection. That was the politicians that they had in their pockets like so many nickels and dimes. You got to watch 030 North in the chat said you got to watch the old school movie Drug Wars. It's about all this that they're talking about. It's a very old movie. Good. I want to check that out. Is it in English? Because that'd be the hard part. Like, I be wanting to watch some stuff with y'all, but it's in Spanish, and I don't want to alienate anybody that doesn't speak Spanish. Now, if I could find it with subtitles that are, worthy of us using on a live stream that, aren't saying the wrong shit, I'll do that. I'll make sure that we check those out. But Drug Wars, yeah, I'm gonna check that. Look at Chucky co-signed the Drug Wars movie. So cool. I'm gonna check that out. I'm gonna look for that. But yeah, so this DFS, that was their ringer. That was their bodyguard in the police station,
thereby preventing them from getting into trouble at business. Reports also state that the Mexican DFS, Dirección Federal de Seguridad, intelligence agency protected the Guadalajara cartel, thereby preventing them from getting into trouble. Apparently, the Godfather just had to bribe the right people, and in return, members of his cartel were able to evade the long arm of the law time and time again. Also, because of these bribes, other Mexican authorities barely bothered with Guadalajara cartel. That is, until the murder of DEA agent Enrique Kiki Camarena. Goodbye to the Guadalajara cartel. In 1980, Enrique was posted to the administration's resident agency in Guadalajara. He had top informants who helped him to...
See, now, before I knew about all of this stuff, I knew about Kiki Camarena. You know what I'm saying? That story was on my radar for many years. Again, you know, I knew the cartel stories, but I didn't know in detail the way I'm learning now. You know what I mean? Same as I know all the old Italian mobs and the wars that they were into or whatever. That's what we was, you know, brought up on as kids. I'm learning about these now. So, but I knew the Kiki Camarena story. I knew, you know, about Buddy, and Buddy had balls of steel to do some of the shit he did. Chucky Chico said, yeah. Drug Wars are good. Chucky said it's the Caro Quintero story, English low budget movie. 030 North Corson. So I'm gonna get on that. We're gonna find that. Facts. It's going down.
Discover cartel-owned marijuana plantations in Zacatecas state. After he discovered the plantations, a plan was set in motion to raid and destroy every one of them. 4 years after that, Mexican soldiers, with the support of helicopters, destroyed the Rancho Buffalo marijuana plantation in Chihuahua. So here was a man working his way through every corrupt hole in Mexico, taking out drug traffickers, Mexican law enforcement, and high-ranking government officials along the way. Naturally, cartels and organizations couldn't just sit back and watch. In an attempt to end his witch hunt, Enrique was abducted on February 7th, 1985. While he was leaving the U.S. consulate in Guadalajara. So where does the Godfather come in? It is alleged that the Godfather had ordered the abduction of Enrique, even though he still claims otherwise to this day. It is believed that some Jalisco police officers who had been working for the Guadalajara cartel carried out the operation. Another reason the Godfather was suspected of giving the order was because of the residence both Enrique and his helicopter pilot, Alfredo Zavala Avalar, were reportedly taken to. According to reports, the residence where the pair were held was at 881 Lope de Vega in Jardins del Bosque in western Guadalajara, and was said to have been owned by Rafael Caro Cantino. A month later, Enrique's
Quintero, fucker. Yeah, man. That was a mistake with bodying that federal agent, because once you do that, again, you know, now everybody gets their ass in gear to come get to work. It's like they didn't want to do no work before before they had a dead agent on their hand. But as soon as there's a dead agent on their hand, everybody got their ass to work. Shout out Lupe the Bill in the chat. Appreciate you. Lupe the Bull. Appreciate you being here. He said Zacatecas hot right now. Right now? Yeah, hot right now. Yeah, man. The whole game is hot. And the whole game is different. This is worlds away from where they're at right now. You know what I'm saying? Worlds away from where they're at right now.
Body and that of his helicopter pilot were found inside.
Are you sick of having issues with your webinars?
I'm sick of your
wasting tons of time on troubleshooting with attendees?
Inside a hole on a ranch. Cantino. A month later, Enrique's body and that of his helicopter pilot were found inside a hole on a ranch in the state of Michoacan. The autopsy revealed that Enrique's skull had been perforated with a drill after he was mercilessly tortured. So, as I mentioned briefly earlier, Mexican authorities had a prime suspect and 2 other suspects on their list. The prime suspect was
because they didn't just kill Buddy, they tortured Buddy. Chucky Chigon said they found out the head DEA agent in Mexico was dirty. He set up Kiki. Watch the last narc. I love it. Give me all of the documentaries and all of the info. And if we can't review it on here, we're going to review it on Patreon. They found out the head DEA agent in Mexico was dirty. He set up Kiki. Watch the last narc documentary. Hector. But they just got blackballed for bringing it to the light. Okay. That's another guy I listen to every time, every time I run into his face up there, I take a listen, pay attention to what he's talking about. See, again, do my deductions. I ain't no pro, but my bullshit meter is pretty sharp.
course, the Godfather, while the other two suspects were Rafael Caro Cantino and Ernesto Fonseca Carrillo. The death of Enrique led to Operation Leyenda, the investigation which was launched to find Enrique's killers. It eventually turned out to be the largest operation ever undertaken in the DEA's history. After meeting a few cartel informants, they were torn between believing that the Godfather was solely responsible
What did I tell
for
you?
killers. Enrique led
That it took them unaliving an agent for everybody to get their ass in order and get the job done.
to Operation Leyenda, the investigation which was launched to find Enrique's killers. It eventually turned out to be the largest operation ever undertaken in the DEA's history.
Largest operation ever undertaken. After the fact. There was nothing that inspired them to do that beforehand. You know what I mean?
After meeting a few cartel informants, they were torn between believing that the Godfather was solely responsible for the abduction of Enrique, while Rafael was responsible for his death. The other theory was that the Godfather was the mastermind behind everything. Plus, a former DEA agent, Hector Baez, disclosed that the CIA might have known about the plan to abduct Enrique, but chose to keep quiet about it.
That is horrible and filthy, but this is America. This is America. And I believe it. And that would be dirty. If they knew that Kiki was going to be kidnapped and taken away from his family like that, if they knew and they didn't do nothing about it, woo, I don't put it past them. Because America is a cartel and a gang on its own. It's police, it's army, all of it.
To the pressure that the Mexican investigators were getting from the U.S.
Damn, that's crazy.
The other theory was that the Godfather...
That's exactly what Chucky was just saying in the chat, too.
Father was the mastermind behind everything. Plus, a former DEA agent, Hector Baez, disclosed that the CIA might have known about the plan to abduct Enrique, but chose to keep quiet about it. Due to the pressure that the Mexican investigators were getting from the U.S., Rafael and Ernesto were arrested shortly after. On the other hand, the Godfather enjoyed political protection until 1989, when Mexican authorities took him out of his home in a bathrobe. The Godfather later wrote in his diary, "I was taken to the DEA. I greeted them, and they wanted to talk. I only answered that I had no involvement in the Camarena case, and I said, 'You said a madman would do it, and I am not mad. I am deeply sorry for the loss of your agent.'" The Godfather was charged by the Mexican authorities and the United States with the kidnapping and murder of DEA agent Enrique Camarena, as
that dude right there,
and the United States with the kidnapping and murder of DEA agent.
They did him dirty, and if the CIA knew that they were going to do him dirty, they even dirtier than the dudes that did him. But this dude was America, boy. He wanted to take them down bad, put his life on the line for it.
Agent Enrique Camarena, as well as racketeering, drug smuggling, and several violent crimes. He was later sentenced to 37 years in prison. As for the Guadalajara cartel, it began to fare poorly as its top members left the cartel to form their own cartels after the Godfather's arrest. Where is the Godfather now? The Godfather's arrest was said to have revealed just how corrupt Mexico's police force was. Some policemen dropped their badges and fled, while others were arrested. Meanwhile, the Godfather himself continued to be very influential, even behind bars. He continued to run the cartel with the help of his lawyer, whom he told to break down the chain of the drug trade to make it more efficient and to prevent them from getting caught by law enforcement. Unfortunately for the Godfather, everything changed in 1993. At this time, he was moved to a maximum security facility, so he lost control over the other drug lords, and eventually, the entirety of his cartel crumbled. As time passed, some of the Godfather's lieutenants left prison. First, in 2013, Rafael was released on a legal technicality and is still wanted by both Mexican and U.S. authorities.
Yeah, that is right. I did read that. That Caro Quintero got out on a technicality, something that was wrong, and then they tried to get him back, and he was dust in the wind. Chucky said it's on Hulu, so I'm going to look for that. He said, I remember they shut down the border quick, all of a sudden, had suspects. Hector's son was my good friend. We smoked trees together, never knew his dad was a narc. Crazy. That's what I'm saying, man. Could be the kid next door. His fucking dad is, El Chapito Senior and shit. Also says CIA always involved in some BS. Man, bro. They exist and don't exist all at the same time. They're in everybody's shit and nobody's shit. All at the same time. Facts. Salutes to Vic in the chat. What up? Vic, we doing all of that catching up and all of that talking about how this has been a product of zero honor amongst thieves since the beginning. That whole thing was a myth. Wow. It's crazy. Yeah, so he got out on a technicality. They tried to get him back, and there was no getting him back. He was gone.
While in hiding, he shockingly gave an interview to Mexico's Prosecco
30 North said, America. Facts. This is America.
magazine. He claimed he had no hand in Enrique's death and refuted reports that he was returning to the drug scene. In 2016, Fonseca was transferred to house arrest under conditions granted to elderly sick people. The Godfather tried making the same transfer, but his request was denied. He was only moved from a maximum security prison to a minimum security prison. However, in a surprising turn of events, the Godfather was granted house arrest on September 12, 2022. While speaking on the issue, Mexican President Andres Manuel...
Damn, he's out and on house arrest. The Godfather, we should get him on the show. Vic said, my bad, bro. Had to do a Costco run, bro. You got to do what you got to do. It's all good. I understand. You got plenty of playback to kick in. We got a new song at the beginning. Not a new song, but a song y'all haven't heard before at the beginning. We had our YouTube talk, and we moved on to these guys. We went through the Guero Palma story about what they did to his family, and if that was a turning point in cartel culture that sent them into full on going after each other's families, because that's a sad day. But yeah, the old man is on Felix Gallardo's on house arrest right now.
Lopez Obrador said he needs treatment that cannot be given in prison because he has many diseases. He takes a lot of medicine. He's in a delicate situation. And true to the president's statement, the Godfather is presently blind in one eye and deaf in one ear. And that is all for today's video. Don't forget to click on one of the
he survived a whole bunch of shit. He survived a whole bunch of shit. A lot of those dudes are dead and in jail. So for him to be old and at home. Underrated content. Perfecto J777. I appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. We hanging out today. We're taking it easy. We're going to get to some cartel wives in a bit. But this is what we do around here. I might go take a look at somebody, somebody, a dumb criminal here or there that has nothing to do with the cartel. We'll see. I'm hanging out. We chilling. Got the big cafecito cup. We on it popping. So that was the Felix Gallardo story. He was the numero uno person that was a police officer that decided, hey, my cousin's back there creating a new strain of weed that nobody ever heard of, that has no seeds, that we could move quicker and easier and in more abundance. He said, but we need a whole mob of bosses so that we can control the market. And they did. And then all his little army bosses, they all went at it with each other. And then later on down the line, Chapo tries to put them back together. Again, falls apart. Because you can't have unity in a bunch of people that want each other's position, spot. You just can't have it. It's not something that, Let's go check out. Let's see if we can find Drug Wars right here. Fonseca Carrillo been out. They just keep it on the low. I mean, they have to, and they're old men by now. Like, I don't know how much decision making they're in. They're just old men trying to live out their last days, The game done changed, passed them by. The days of them, smoking cigarettes on airplanes and in restaurants and walking around with their big collars and their satin shirts. Those days are over. Vic said Chapo's the scum of the earth, bro. Bruh. I was looking into this stuff and I was like, yo, why do some people be like, I'm on his side? I mean, my bad. The way they sell it, he was a PDF file. The way they sell it, he was a grape harvester. So somebody gonna have to tell me different, but I'll keep looking into it. Don't meet your heroes. But it's like we go so hard on some people, but that's what we are as a people. We pick and choose. We pick and choose. Oh, he did the same thing he did, but fuck him. He cool though. Like, that's America. That's what we do. Some people idolize him and then shit on other people that did way less dirty shit than him. He said he had his own cousin set up and killed. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Vic said he had his own cousin set up and killed. Vic, Arturo Beltran Leiva. Yeah, like, we're going to go through all of that. But it's like, don't meet your heroes, man. Some people like that guy a lot. They be on his side. I'm like, how do we pick and choose him? Do we know that he did this, and the other? It's like somebody being a fan of a comedian, and they be like, oh, you know this guy, but you know he's a joke thief. And you're like, I don't know how you choose your favorites, but that shouldn't be it. He sucks. But yeah, it is what it is. And they all ratted each other out. They all used the police. This honor amongst thieves is a joke, and it's a joke, and it's an insult. You know what I mean? It's an insult. Let me see if this movie pops up or at least the trailer, something. Let's see. That's Narco Wars. That's National Geographic. They're gonna hit me in the head if I play that. But I'll do it for the Patreon. Yeah, all of that jealousy, and that's another thing. They sell these gangsters as if they weren't. They sell these gangsters as these super tough guys, these giants amongst men, right? But they was doing lame sucker pussy shit. You know what I'm saying? Crying over bitches, fucking getting jealous and you know, envy and all this girl shit. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. A lame is a fucking lame is a lame. I don't care if he's a psychopath. I don't care. You know, just like if he wasn't a lame, if he was brilliant and on the cutting edge. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't take away from the fact that he's a psychopath, but he's brilliant and he's a Renaissance man. But then you also got these dummies that are just lame fucks that are crying over women and jealous over family getting this and doing that, and so said this to me at the club, and it's like, y'all don't want no money. Vic said all of them. The only one that went down fighting was Arturo. Chucky said facts. He got jealous because the Beltrans got too big. Yeah, it's a bunch of sucker shit. You know what I'm saying? When everybody can eat. But that's the game. That's the criminal. You never have enough evidence for a fool. You can't convince them they're on the wrong path of thinking. And it's like it's not like it's a mistake that you haven't seen before. That's why when I was going through what the twins was doing in season 1, and I was like, this is dumb, that's dumb, this is dumb. It's because these are things that are obvious that I see. Like, we're showing everybody this. Now, mind you, the reasons why are not so obvious sometimes. People have their own reason, their perspective, and you don't get it until you hear it. You know what I mean? But we see that if you try to start a federation, eventually somebody's going to have beef. The band is eventually going to break up. Chucky said the old guard would take you out themselves. These new guys hide behind a gun and they're people, no balls. Yeah, and when you can victimize somebody's family, you know, you got to know you the dirtiest of the dirty. You know, and it's not to say that they shouldn't be feared. That is something to fear. A desperate person that's desperate enough to get what they want, that they'll hurt your family, that is something to fear. You know what I mean? Especially, you know, a lunatic that's down to do it, you know? So, boom, this one right here, this National Geographic, we're not doing that. I'm doing that. I'll do that for the Patreon. They'll knock my channel down for that one. Best documentary, Live the Life of a Soldier Fighting. I'm trying to find that Drug Wars, but they don't got it. I don't think they got any trailer of it or nothing on YouTube. They got Narco Wars, but that's National Geographic. And we know they hit me with the Culian Acaso. That'll be in the Patreon too, because I can't put it on YouTube. They keep hitting me with the copyright. I'm going to have to hire somebody that knows how to edit around the copyright. I've done it before with TV movies, but I can't seem to do it with this cartel shit. Drug War. Here we go. No, that's a PS5 game. Stop playing. We don't want it. Yeah, all these guys. American Drug War, The Last White Hope. Documentary 2007. Could it be that one? Let's see.
This call is from a federal prison.
Don't touch that, or it's electric, you'll die.
Oh, okay.
This probably ain't it, because you guys said it's an old movie.
This is in Texas.
Maybe it is. Y'all let me know.
This call is from a federal
Make sure
prison.
YouTube don't smash me up.
Don't touch that, or it's electric.
Y'all let me know if this is it.
Okay.
We don't screw around here. This is in Texas.
We must wait. wage what I have called total war against public enemy number one in the United States, the problem of dangerous drugs.
80% of the cops shot in this area were shot.
Is that Joe Arpaio? It is Joe Arpaio's punk ass. I can't stand this goat, this old goat. Not the greatest of all time.
Because people are high on drugs. So we want to give drugs to everybody. Let them all shoot the cops.
Pop a firecracker, crackers!
They had armed men in my house telling me I don't need a lawyer.
That is this right. That is a testimony to America right there. America. That you'd have the nerve, the balls, the cojones to take a national treasure like Tommy Chong of the great Cheech and Chong and put him in a federal prison over bongs. Right? What they called paraphernalia when I was a kid. Right? You lock up Tommy Chong over bongs in America, you should be ashamed of yourself. You should have shame. Chucky said his Drug Wars, the Camarena story TV series. Oh, I'm definitely going to look into that. I'm going to look into it tonight. That old ass Joe is trying to run for governor again. Vic said that old ass Joe's trying to run for governor again. Joe Arpaio. That's a joke. Joke Arpaio. We all hate Joe. I was in Tent City where the dogs ate better than the inmates. I believe that. I believe that. He had dog locked up. DMX was locked up in there. Mike Tyson. Beat your Chucky Chingong. They had him in there looking bad. Chucky, they made you wear the pink stripes. Ain't that something that he do out there in the outdoor tent situation, Tent City? America, you locked up Tommy Chong over bongs, you bogus. Dirty.
And they wouldn't even identify themselves. They just, because they told me they didn't have to.
I had lost 2 family members and a best friend in a very short span of time to alcohol, cigarettes, and illegal prescription drugs. So fearing that I could be next due to my own struggle with addiction, I wanted to find out why the drug war seemed to be such a huge failure.
Boy, that boy, look at that boy lit. That boy is George Young, Johnny Depp in the movie Blow lit. Look at him. Look at him. Out of there. Chucky said pink boxes. Well, I'm glad you home, bro. Fuck jail. And Joe Arpaio bitch ass. He probably got a little young boy slave somewhere in some pink drawers. Mr. Arpaio got skeletons in his closet. Vic said 120 degrees outside. Yeah, I could only imagine, dog. To me, that's torture. That's cruel and unusual punishment. That shit is, ain't no prison should be the same as Guantanamo Bay. And that's what Arpaio was shooting for. Look at this guy, though, right here. He don't even look happy like you would think getting lit makes people happy. It don't make people happy. It just makes you part of your darkness.
I wanted to find out why the drug war seemed to be such a huge failure.
General Eisenhower warned us about the military-industrial complex. Well, he might as well have warned us about the drug.
That's a fact. A sitting president, on his way out, took it upon himself. Not only a sitting president, a president that was a military hierarchy, you know what I'm saying? On his way out, made it his business to warn the American people of a bought out government, of the military-industrial complex, of war for return. He warned everybody. Same as JFK warning everybody about secret societies. These are your presidents telling you this because they know they don't run shit. Vic said that boy high as a kite. High as a kite. A kite that got let go, that the little kid let go of the string so it's untethered and it's just going. That's how high that motherfucker is.
Complex.
That's totally Vic said there's no war on drugs. It's all propaganda. That's, yeah, since it's been bullshit since Nancy Reagan. You can't tell me about a war on drugs when Nancy Reagan just say no when at the same time the Iran-Contra affair is happening, and Rick Ross, the real Rick Ross, is cooking up crack with powder given to him by the United States of America and money given back to them so that Ali North can buy guns, right? And get it to the Contras so that they can get the Sandinistas out of there in Nicaragua. Whole war that they were paying for with drug money. So she's screaming, just say no. They're locking everybody up for 200 years in jail over drugs. At the same time, they are actively selling them to their own people and using it to pay for guns. Like, you wildin'. You wildin'. America is a joke. America's a joke. We're a joke. Not the people, man. We're good people. We got a lot of good people here. I believe in the duality of man. I can be a nice guy, right? Very nice guy. You could also cross me and I split your shit, right? That's the beauty of life, right? The duality of man, right? But America's a joke, man. America's a joke. We sit here condemning everybody, pointing fingers at our own, pointing fingers at everybody else, when our government and our elite is just a bunch of money grubbing, family killing whores. I'm probably going to get demonetized for these words, but I want to say what I want to say. Drug Wars Camarena story. It's on YouTube. Salutes 030 North. Chucky said crack was invented at UCLA College. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. I know it wasn't the RZA. It's funny and it makes, I like Snowfall, the show. I thought it was cool that the RZA was the one doing it, but yeah. But America, yeah, this is a big joke, man. Don't sell me this, you're morally in question. We gotta put you in jail for selling marijuana. Hey, Flores twins, even though you came to us to give us our biggest fish in the world, right? We have a moral standing. Though you're going to help us by getting this Chapo on tape, we're going to confiscate all your money, everything, but while you're working for us. We're going to make sure that you make sure you're sold out and people know that something's wrong, something strange, because we can't help you because our morality cannot let you sell drugs another day. But we can. If we need a certain army to win a certain war in a certain place so that we can maintain our clandestine quiet control all around the world, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. And most people are asleep to it. And everybody, Trump and Biden, they could both kiss my entire ass. They're not even worthy of kissing my ass. Two-party system bullshit. Shut the fuck up. Stop it. America has become a parody of itself. And that's it. I'm on my soapbox. Fuck them. Salutes. Hit the like button if you haven't hit the like button yet. We hanging out today. I ain't in no rush. I appreciate y'all for being here. I'm going to throw my hundreds up. Bow. For those that haven't seen, we got merch now. We got some dope shit. We're going to have some more dope shit. We got options, man. We got options around here. You guys want to take a look real quick. Just so y'all see that there's new merch, man. Got Il Cartel and different colors. Wow. Different colors. Green logos, red logos. Il Cartel. I'm working on the Usual Suspects shirt. We got hats. And we got the El Guapo. Got the El Guapo aprons for the backyard boss in your life. The middle of the man cave. All right. Great Father's Day gift. The El Guapo grill apron. All right. Salutes. And Mini League did 5 years and he's literally ran the Sinaloa cartel, right? Again, that's another beef that they get into, the Damaso beef between Damaso and Chapo's kids. It's another thing that the TV show gets into, which is another video we'll get into. And I'll take these videos that I'm doing of, Caro Quintero and Felix Gallardo and Guero Palma, and I'll put them in the Cartel Chronicles playlist, so that, you guys can go check those out. As a matter of fact, let me throw some links out in the chat while we're here. Again, I appreciate y'all for hanging with me. It's Monday afternoon. What time is it? It is 2:35 Central Standard Time. And I'm in no hurry today. Shout out Sawdust. I just seen laughing emoji comment in the comments from Sawdust. Shout out to you. Yet the twins' dad got screwed. Yeah. Chucky Chingon said Trump is low-key in with the Italian mob. Well, he ran Jersey. I don't doubt that either. It's all a bunch of bullshit. Yet the twins got screwed and the dad got screwed. Yeah, man. They got screwed. Everybody else is doing way worse than what they did. But it's whatever. All right, y'all. Here is the link to the Discord. Well, here's the link to the Cartel Wives playlist. Make sure we just getting these in the chat. In the live chat. For those that are in the comments, all you got to do is go where it says add comment. Just swipe that to the left. If you got the two little dots on the side, just swipe that to the left, and you'll join us in the live chat. We got the these are I'm giving y'all other playlists that I got, so y'all can check these playlists out. And we can get this channel moving forward. We got our goal up here. We're trying to get to 10,000 in the quickest amount of time that we can. 10,000 subs. We're almost at 5,000. If we can get 5,000 by the end of January, I'd appreciate that very much. I appreciate y'all help. Boom. This true crime playlist right here, there's about 80 videos in there that are pretty new. We got a bunch of good reactions, so make sure you check them out. We do more than just cartel around here, but we are the ill cartel. We on and popping. Salute to y'all. Thank you for being here. All right. It's drug war. Kiki. The Camarena story. Drug wars there. So it's a show. This is Benicio Del Toro and Stephen Bauer. Stephen Bauer is Manolo from Scarface. Damn, I wonder if I seen this. Okay, so I'm not gonna do this on here, but I am gonna watch this. Definitely gonna watch it. How about this here? Let's see.
Following day.
That's it, right? The Stephen Bauer? Yeah, okay, cool. I'm going to check that out. I don't know if I'm going to do it on camera, but I'm going to check it out. Let's see what this is.
Of U.S. complaints about foot dragging and even outright hindrance.
I think that was their biggest mistake. So the way they sold it on the TV show is Felix Gallardo started that whole federation to move Bud. But then quickly, the U.S. started having him move weapons around to the Contras. Same thing we was just talking about. And the Colombians offered him coke, which was a much more profitable industry because you could fit more in the containers that you were shipping in. And there was a higher priced product. Which kind of left Rafael Caro Quintero left him kind of like on the outs and feeling left out because his weed was taking second seat. His Sinsemilla, his seedless bud was not getting no love. And the way they sold it on the TV shows, he was frustrated about that, And again, Kiki Camarena was trying to shut them down. From what they showed in the TV show, the DEA reached out to their intelligence people to get them some aerial shots of this piece of land that Kiki believed that they were working on, and they sent them pictures, and come to find out that those pictures that they sent them were over a year old, and they didn't have the farm that was actually there at that time on those pictures. So Kiki went out undercover on his own, jumped on the bus that gets you, that hires people to go work the field, and he ended up going out to the field himself. There's a video right here. I probably ain't gonna watch the whole thing. I don't know if I want to open this can of worms. Cubans were the plug first. Chucky said Cubans were the plug first. Got cut out by Mexico. Crazy Cubans run around here in the 80s and 90s. I bet. The 80s and 90s was something different, man, on a giant scale. Like, the 80s and 90s was definitely something different. I don't know if I want to open this can of worms and get into this video right here. Maybe I'll just do this on its own. So let me stay away from that. So we got through Guero today. We got through Guero from Sinaloa, Guero Palma, and how his family got taken out. We got through Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo. Next time we'll go through like Rafa Quintero, and I think I want to do this Kiki Camarena video, but I think I'm going to do it off the live so I could, pay attention and cut it thoroughly. I think we might go straight into Cartel Wives right now. So let's get after it. I have, so the other day before YouTube shut us down, I was about 5 minutes into episode 23, I believe, or chapter 23 of Cartel Wives when they shut me down and sent me away. So let's, I'm just going to start that one back over and let's get to that. I got, let's see, Guero Palma is a legend here. Just got out, did his time like a G. Yeah, bro, we had a whole conversation. I don't know if you were here for that. We had a whole conversation about how they did his family and if that was the turning point in the game that made families all part of the game, not off limits. You know what I'm saying? Because that was dirty what they did to him. They did him very dirty. So a lot of these guys are getting out of jail, huh? In their old age, nothing left. I'm sure, I doubt if they're calling any shots. Why would they? They probably don't even understand the climate of the game, the difference in the game. The, technology has changed a lot of things. What used to take time to get you a warrant across the country, across the world, this, that, the other, that instantaneous now. So the game has absolutely changed. All right, y'all, we're going to get into Cartel Wives. Cartel Wives, chapter 23. We're starting over. So I was already 5 minutes in when they cut me off. So when I do the edit, I'll use a little bit of what I'm saying today. I'll use a little bit of what I said that day, just so we don't lose that footage. You'll see the intercutting. I'm sure I'm in different clothes or something. That's the day they kicked me out of YouTube. But we are back. We are on and we are popping. Please hit the like button. Hit this little heart thing in the corner. Hit the hundreds. I don't know what it does, but I'm hoping it does something good. Salutes to y'all. I appreciate y'all being here. I appreciate your engagement. Please go check out some of our other playlists. We'd appreciate that. Check out our merch. Check out our other videos. All right, here we go. Chapter 23, Cartel Wives.
Chapter 21. The Countdown to the End. Olivia. During the summer and fall of 2008, nothing in our lives was certain. I was super pregnant and taking care of Brandon. Junior and Peter were recording as much as they could, and with every call, they were positive their world was about to come crashing down. They knew their cooperation couldn't go on forever, yet there was no end date, no exit strategy, no direction, and in their minds, no plan in place. They were just hanging by a thread trying to stay alive, And sooner or later, after dozens of raids and millions of dollars of lost revenue, their money was going to run out. If they couldn't repay the cartels, their days were numbered. That's why, early that fall, they did what they felt they had to do in order to make a payment. They shipped a load of 276 kilos into Chicago without reporting it to the feds.
Dang.
Honestly, they were worried that the U.S. government wasn't going to ensure that the cartels didn't come after them or us. So while they knew not disclosing the sale was wrong, they felt they had no choice. They were responsible for keeping their family alive.
When you're in a position and they're giving you no choice, they're giving you no help, you're running out of money to pay these people, you're running out of work to give to the feds, guess what? Y'all don't want to listen to me? I know what's going to happen to me if I don't get this done right. I'm leaving you out of it. Was it wrong? Morally? Morality missed me with the morality bit. Was it right strategy-wise? You're damn right. I would have ran 5, 6, operations under their nose. Evidently, they were phoning it in. They weren't paying enough attention anyway. The feds weren't paying enough attention to them anyway. They didn't want to help them. They didn't want to do shit. Guess what? I'm getting paid. I'm making sure that I ain't looking crazy to these bosses. And that's what they did.
Mia. It wasn't just their phone conversations that left them exposed. That summer and fall, they were frequently called into the mountains by Chapo. There, they had to look him in the eyes, knowing they were betraying him. One mountaintop meeting was especially rough. As Peter and Junior sat at Chapo's table with his top lieutenants, discussing business as usual, Chapo spoke up. "Everyone leave. All of you but the Flores brothers." There was an army of men in the palapa, and one by one, each of them stood up and filed out the door. Knowing that Chapo was all too aware that their loads kept getting seized by the feds, Peter and Junior were terrified. There had always been a silent language between them, a way they could communicate just by looking at each other. But they couldn't do that here. Chapo was watching them, dead serious. They thought the worst. The boss had found out they were snitches, and they were about to die. "I know everything you do," Chapo said. Junior and Peter looked around and saw guns on the table and ammo hanging on the walls. "I know who you work with and how you make every dollar."
Do you?
Junior breathed in, slowly. He had no idea where Chapo was going, but not talking would look suspicious. "Yes," he responded, "and we hope it's benefiting you. Right, senor?" Chapo paused, and you could have heard a pin drop in the room. Finally, he smiled. Yes, I have your backs 1,000%. Then he got serious. "I know you're businessmen, but I need to say this. From now on, you are only to work with us, not my enemies.
There it is.
Let this be your first and final warning."
Actually, not their first one, but wait. Which side was Musico on? Musico might have been on the other side. But they warned them too. Make up your mind, bro. Pick a side. Hop your ass up off the fence. We're not playing this fence shit no more. Y'all accidentally be talking about missions and shit to each other. Pick a side. Get it together. Vic says she's so dramatic. Yeah, Hispanic women, man. It be like that.
Peter was so relieved that someone hadn't come in the room and shot him and his brother in the back of their heads.
Facts.
But he put his game face on. "I understand, but we need to make money." Chapo interrupted. "And I'm happy you make money. You're good at it, too. If you were triplets, you'd be the richest people on earth. But
you're going to make money for us. Don't be making money for them.
Understand me. I need you on my side." So this wasn't about Peter and Junior being informants. It was about them being caught between the cartels. It wasn't the last breath they'd take after all. Chapo had simply put them on notice.
Olivia. That September was such an emotional time for me and Junior. We were so excited about having our second baby, and yet every time their customers and Chapo's associates called, Junior wired up, ready to record, and we instantly became terrified. Still, I knew what Junior and Peter were doing was for the best, and that gave me some peace. We weren't chasing the cartel life anymore. We were chasing what my parents had. Despite the fact that my husband was going to go to prison, this was going to give our children the simplicity I always wanted.
Two different worlds right there. They fighting for what their parents had. Their parents never had that cartel life. Them parents had that straight edge life, trying to do something better. You know, hand to mouth. Chucky Chingong said we call people like them grasshoppers, chapolines. It'll get you picked up or smoked. They want you only pushing their issue. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. But it's like you get you a cash cow, you strong arm them in that position, right? Then when they turn on you and lash at you or rat on you or come after you, you surprised and you wonder why. Like, bruh, you putting the pressure on me. You know? Vic said it was either him or Mayo, and guess who is still shipping drugs and hasn't seen a minute in jail? Boy, Mr. Mayonnaise, that Mayo, that ain't happening. Ain't nobody seen a picture of him. He's nowhere to be found. It's crazy. But yeah, it be like that, man. So on the top level, so it's not even on the street level. On the top level, it's like, hey, man, you're going to push my line, and that's it. That's it. And that's where they were at. But again, she's talking about, oh, now at this point, we want our what our parents had. You're not going to have what your parents had. I mean, it's something to want. I don't know if you're a little bit late at that point. But their parents never had that cartel life. They did. It's a big difference.
We were on our way to creating a new story for them, and I felt deep down it was one that would someday have a happy ending. Early one morning that month, Junior and I left Brandon with me and Peter at our house and drove to the hospital before the sun came up. After I checked myself in and got into a room, Junior and I held hands and couldn't stop looking at each other. I don't know what it is, but knowing you're bringing a baby into this world is the warmest, most loving feeling you can ever have. I felt like I was living a dream. The moment that the doctors laid our beautiful son, Benjamin, on my chest, it literally took my breath away. As he wiggled on my body, I felt safe and protected, like I always had with Junior. A warmth washed over me that was so calm and peaceful, and I wanted to hold on to that moment forever.
Mia. It was back to business almost immediately. Peter and Junior kept recording. They kept seeing their loads get seized, and through it all, we feared that every day could be our last in Mexico. When Chapo summoned Peter and Junior up to the mountains in October, saying he had an incredibly important meeting, they really believed it was do or die time. If the feds couldn't catch Chapo at that meeting, was their cooperation even worth it?
I don't know if it was worth it all the way around the table. Again, except for keeping them and their family alive. Because damn if they ain't get their ass kicked over it. Vic said he's a ghost. Mayo, definitely a ghost. Which is followed by the next statement that explains probably why he's a ghost. And there are many ghosts in this organization. Chucky said, and Mayo's with the CIA. His brother-in-law, a Cuban, started him off. He was a Bay of Pigs CIA asset. Again, I don't doubt it. There's no happy ending in that life. I don't know what she was thinking. Yeah, there's no happy ending in that life. There's no happy, and people be trying to tell me, it's because you don't know the game. Shut the fuck up. Show me a happy ending, bitch. Show me Amado Quintero, they say he might have faked his own death. Okay, he might have. And that might be one example out of a million. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop. What are we talking about here? There ain't no happy ending in this game. To me, something this big, you get in it, the forest, you You miss the what's the saying? You miss the trees looking at the forest, or vice versa. You lose the forest in the trees. Like, it's just so big you don't see what that end looks like, or you do and you ignore it. To me, is if you're in something that big, let's say right now you in the game and you in very deep. Again, there's not very many that can get as deep as the twins were, if any. But if you're in the game deep, man, your mentality should be like, what can I do to get out of this game? And that should be the strategy and the plan. And then you say, yeah, but these people don't want to let you go. I understand that. But that's where strategy and planning comes into play. And you got to figure it out from there. You know what I mean? Your thoughts should be, how do I get out and turn whatever I got into something legit? How can I launder myself? Not launder the money, launder me. You know what I mean? And everything I bring to the table. So that should be your thought, you know. The mentality of an Eazy-E of, let me take this money that I got from over here and let me turn it into this, so I ain't got to do that no more, because that right there don't lead to nothing. Lead to you being an old man like Felix Gallardo with one eye, you know, and a helium tank, oxygen tank and shit, you know what I mean?
Olivia. When Chapo called a group of his people together, it was always a big deal. But this one promised to be bigger. Mayo, Olivares, Vicente, and 100 of his top lieutenants would be there, together, in one room for the first time ever. I think you should stay behind, Junior said to Peter. If someone there finds out we're informants, they'll kill both of us.
Mia. The truth was that most of the time, Junior went to the mountains alone because Peter needed to stay with the phones. Meetings with Chapo lasted all day and were drawn out, so someone needed to be at home running the day-in, day-out operations. This time, however, they prayed Chapo wouldn't call attention to Peter's absence. It was such a big meeting, and Chapo had asked them both to come, but they hoped to hell no one would think things were off.
Especially if he asked. You know, if he asked specifically, hey, I need both of y'all this time, and you send one, sounds like a problem. Vic said Quintero's running. What kind of happy ending is that? Yeah, he's an old man. You know what I'm saying? Like, what kind of running can you do? So yeah, you're right. It's who wants that life? I'm trying to think who it was in the show. I forget who it was, but they were like, you know, I don't want to live a life running like that. I'm straight. Chucky said, no happy endings. You lose a lot or get locked up. People don't get out. The only way is when you get busted. Then you got time to chill. Exactly. Like, and it's the mentality is like an addict mentality. You know, an addict is gonna, you know, that dose that might take them out. The addict is willing to risk that. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with this power. When you're addicted to power like that, you know what I mean? You know you should probably find your exit strategy, but you're not thinking about your exit strategy because more, I need more. Who you know, more power. Who can I crush, you know? To get more power. You keep going, next thing you know, you on the run, you got nothing, you got no money, no family, 2 countries is after you. It's a wrap. Vic said, bro, and Mayo has legal businesses that make millions of dollars. I'm sure. Old man has like a zillion cows that produce milk. We probably drinking Mayo milk in my coffee right now, bro. Pause. Old man has like a zillion cows that produce milk, cheese, and all kind of meats. Yeah, man. You know, ham sandwich probably had a Kraft cheese slice that came from one of Mayo's cows and shit. Word is they let Quintero out to run to show. Word is they let Quintero out to run the show because Chapo was too wild. Damn, but Quintero, it's like once you in jail so long and you've had a replacement for so long, what does it matter that they let your ass out of jail? You still got an army out there. You got to start from scratch. It's quite possible, but who knows? At the end of the day, if Chapo was their big worry, they weren't acting like it. You know what I'm saying? Because again, it didn't seem like they were taking any active steps to really go get him until somebody brought it to them. Chucky said, but he got wild too. Had Chapo's mom's house shot in. Sorry, I can't see with this heart right here. Let me see if I can do this. There it is. Got his mom's house shot up. See, like, and here he is though. The old man's still on the run today. You know, these other guys, they're not on the run no more. Felix Gallardo, he's paroled in a house on house arrest. He's just there growing old and dying. Now, if these old men is still making decisions, well then, it just goes to show you that much like the American Mafia, the cartel game is out of touch and out of like they're not living in this century. If they're if the United States government thinks that they could just let go of these 60, 70, 80-year-old crime bosses and they're gonna actually make a difference, I don't even know what that. I don't even understand the thought behind that. Damaso and his sons, Vic said Damaso and his sons ran the cartel. That's the reason those Chapitos got beef with Mini Leak. Yeah, they was tight. And then the question arose is, who's the boss now? Who's the boss now? Ego. Who's gonna take it over? Who's running things? Again, they all ratted each other out. Quinteros are still big out here. His family still runs the plaza. Okay. Right. His family, nephews, nieces, kids. You know what I'm saying? I just wonder how much letting an old man out of prison, does for the game, But he took off on their ass. There was no getting him back. All right, let's keep going.
I'll stay, Junior, agreed Peter. But just, please, be safe.
Olivia. Junior called Eric and the DEA's office beforehand. Eric, everyone's flying in. 100 cartel members are expected to be there.
Shit.
I can tell you the exact coordinates of where the meeting is. All of these people have never been in the same room together, and this is your chance to get them all. This only happens once in a lifetime, and I'll even take an agent with me.
Damn.
But Eric refused. It doesn't work like that, Junior.
That's crazy, fucking nuts, balls, audacity, all of that shit at the same time. Like, bro, he's gonna have 100 soldiers there. I'm not taking my brother, but I'll take an agent if you want me to. Like, bro, that's risking it all.
Junior, I can't risk any of my agents. Then give me a wire or a camera. I can't take that risk, even with you. Junior was getting frustrated. Peter and I will gift Chapo a plane. We just need you to install a GPS tracker on it. Chapo trusts us so much, there's no way in hell he'll have it searched. I'm sorry, Junior, Eric answered. It doesn't work that way.
I wonder if that would have been a true statement. Or what? Because in me, I don't care who I trust. If I'm in a bug situation, maybe I ain't worried about the twins. Cool, I'm worried about whoever, the plane dealer that sold them the plane putting a bug on here. I'm checking for everything. I'm not sitting around waiting for somebody I trust to be the okie doke and a plot against me. Some that didn't see it coming. They didn't see it coming, so now I'm paying for it. Nah.
Mia. Peter got so upset when he heard what Eric had said. What's the point of recording if we're giving them Chapo's exact location? He yelled. I don't understand why they just don't go get him.
Don't work
but
like that.
That was the nature of the game. Record, wait, conduct business as usual, put on a brave face, and record more.
Olivia. Like he'd done more times than he could count, Junior hopped on a tiny plane in Culiacan and less than an hour later landed uphill in the mountains, the plane kicking up dust all around him. He followed the same path with the same people, probably rode in the same Jeep. But when he got there, Chapo looked disappointed. Where's your brother?
Boy, you disappointed him. You end up stuck to a tree out there. All right. I believe my camera is stuck. So let me fix that real quick. It's been on a while. Let's see how this works. Wow. Boom. All right. I'll keep the stream going. And activate. hope I got that right. We are back on. All right, we cool. Camera just froze up real quick. We back on and popping. Yeah, you don't want to make you don't want Chapo unhappy and shit. You know what I mean? And it looks like they made him unhappy. Vic said that right there should tell you the fucking DEA didn't want the cartel. Yeah, it's like they were phoning it in. The twins are doing all the work. And it's like, do you even want him? You let out this old man from prison, Quintero. You let him out of jail because dude is too wild. But do you even want him? They handing him over to you. What are you doing? Nothing. Not a damn thing.
He said. Junior laughed it off. We can't both be here. Who's going to take care of business and get you paid if we're both stuck in the mountains? Chapo started laughing too, but Junior wondered if it was genuine.
Mia.
Now, is Junior wondering if it's genuine just because he knows he has his own paranoia, because he knows he's ratting them out, right? Or did Junior see something in the way he laughed that looks like he's fake laughing or something? It doesn't seem authentic. You know what I'm saying? You know, sometimes our minds play tricks on us, man. You know, we're basically taking our own thoughts and poisoning ourselves because maybe Chapo was just laughing. You know what I mean? But his mind playing tricks on him because he knows he's wearing a wire on him or whatever he's doing. I don't think he's taping him at this meeting. I think he waits for the phone to do that.
All the while, their loads kept getting seized. They'd always pay the cartels back, but after a while, it started to look suspicious.
Olivia. Felipe Cabrera Sarabia was one of Chapo's top lieutenants. That fall, during one particularly big seizure early one morning, Felipe called Peter, unprompted. Someone's tailing my driver, he said. What's going on? Are you rats? You've got to be kidding, Peter said, then talked him down and brushed it off more. He put Felipe at ease, but not himself. He was so freaked out, he ran into our house at probably 6 a.m. and woke Junior up. When I saw the look on his face, I knew it was serious. Junior, Peter said. Something's wrong. Felipe Sarabia's onto us.
And here's the thing, nothing's wrong. It's just that people are realizing something's wrong. You know what I mean? The United States government is not allowing you any cover. And these dudes is out there like, man, why these dudes keep getting hit? Why do I have to keep paying for their problems? You know? It's a lot of problems lately with these twins. That's a lot of pressure, man. Chucky said, I'm sure Chapo felt something. These guys were soft. Money blinded his judgment. These guys were soft, and the money blinded his judgment. I'm sure Chapo felt something. These guys were soft. Money blinded his judgment. Man, you would think he'd have kept his mouth shut though on that phone call if he would have felt something. You know what I mean? I believe he believed they were a commodity and a cash cow. And just the fact that they desired, or I don't know which side was trying to give them a plaza, but just the fact that they was trying, he was probably blinded by the money, but you're always blinded by the money in this position. At this point, Chapo had been blinded by money for 30 years at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get in the game blinded by money. But, yeah, I think Chapo and them would have liked to have seen them unalive more people. He would like to see them their style. But he also saw that they didn't let too much shit get in the way of the money. You know? Also said, fact of the matter is, the USA is the biggest consumer of all drugs, and the prison system is a big money business in the USA. Say it again for the motherfucker in the back. Fact of the matter is, the USA is the biggest consumer of all drugs, and the prison system is a big money business in the US of A. This is America. Absolutely. Absolutely. America's a crackhead. If you look at America as a whole, it is a crackhead. It is an addict. It's an addict that, we just consume. And the sentiment from a lot of people outside of the U.S. is, if you Americans can control your drug habits, we wouldn't be going through this. To me, there's always an origin story for any problem. Most of the time, we don't look at the origin story to see what went wrong, why it went wrong, and how to fix it. We just take it as a given. It is what it is. There's somebody, some Yahoo American right now, talking about, how them Mexicans ruin the south side of Chicago, right? But they won't at all be accountable for whatever part they had in this whole situation, The military industrial complex, the prison industrial complex, the war on drugs, the joke that is the war on drugs. You didn't dampen nothing. You didn't stop no shipments from coming through by locking up anybody or by unaliving anybody. Nothing has changed. The drugs have gotten harder and more dangerous. You know what I mean? Again, crackhead lived 30, 40, 50 years unbothered. Just on crack, Cokehead, go till his heart stop, But then it gets worse. Then it gets dope. Then it's this. Then it's that. Next thing you know, it's something that if you're within 5 feet of it, it knock you over. You drop dead. Like what? So the war on drugs didn't do nothing. And as long as they get federal subsidies in these prisons per bed, dirtbags like Joe Arpaio win in this war of this morality war. Fuck out of here. When they got more skeletons in their closet than a motherfucker.
The feds are all over his driver. He accused us of being rats. Let me call Eric, Junior said. Junior called the DEA agent and woke him up. He started yelling so loudly that Benjamin began crying. As I held my baby in my arms and gave him a bottle, I could hear my husband screaming. You're going to get us killed! How can you leave us out in the open like this? Tell your agents to back off because you could have blown everything. I'm here in Guadalajara like a sitting duck. I have my family and a newborn baby, for God's sake, and Peter's wife is pregnant. Don't you know the cartels could come kill our whole fucking family? Eric couldn't really say a thing. After all, he knew Junior was right. He and Peter had everything to lose, and the DEA had everything to gain.
Mia. Unfortunately, though, Peter and Junior still didn't have Chapo on tape. Through all their meetings with him that summer and early fall, they'd never recorded him saying anything that was incriminating. On November 15th, 2008, when I was so pregnant I couldn't see my toes, all that changed.
Olivia. 2 weeks before their baby was due, Mia and Peter walked over to our house. Just like he always did, Peter had his recorder in his pocket.
Mia. Everything seemed normal. Junior had some friends and associates over, and we were all planning to sit down outside and have dinner. A few people commented about my big belly, but in a cute way. Peter kept looking over at me and smiling. My beautiful pregnant wife, he'd say, and I'd squeeze his hand under the table. After dinner, Peter spoke up. I have to call Chapo, he said, then pushed back his chair and headed inside and up the stairs. He returned not 2 minutes later.
Olivia. I saw Peter motion to Junior, who was right next to me. Then he came up to us and whispered, I just missed Chapo. Let's go upstairs, said Junior. They turned, walked away from everyone, and escaped up to the bedroom.
They wildin'. It's people in the house while they doing this. I thought they were all by their lonesome. I don't remember how it was framed in the Surviving El Chapo podcast, but I didn't realize they had a house full of people. So they missed the call from him, and now they're going to hit him back. Or wait for the call, I guess, again.
Mia. Olivia and I knew what was about to happen. Junior and Peter had told us that night they were going to get Chapo on tape. So when they went upstairs, we moved inside too and situated ourselves on the couch. We couldn't talk much. There were too many people around. But we were both thinking the same thing. If Junior and Peter get this recording, they won't have to spend a lot of time in jail. The government's going to be so grateful they may actually pardon them. After what we've been through, it's the least they can do for us.
Yeah, pie in the sky right there, because no, they don't want to, no leniency, no none of that. You're lucky we're letting you live. You're lucky we're not letting them eat you alive. You know? Crazy how Vic said, crazy how after all these years they still paying the price. Facts. Telling you, they jumped them. You know what I mean? Maybe they give them, some kind of leniency or clemency or immunity or none of that shit. None of that shit. The dream of getting 5 years, they figured Sammy is implicated in 19 murders. He gets off. After 5 years, he gets out of jail. Oh, we ain't got no bodies. We'll be just fine. Nah, man. Again, the government picked and chose who they was going to lay it out to. Here we are, 15 years later? 20 years later, and these people still suffering over this shit. But just the thought, just the notion of, they should do this, they should be grateful. Nah, none of that. They're not going to show you no grateful. None of that.
Of course, it was all wishful thinking.
Gratitude?
And when Peter and Junior came back downstairs, the looks on their faces made any happy thoughts go away.
Olivia. Peter was holding the recorder in his hands like his life depended on it. He looked like something was horribly wrong, like he'd just seen a ghost. "What's wrong?" I asked. "We got it," Peter said. Junior added, "I think we've nailed Chapo." In the home I'd built with the love of my life, and only 6 weeks before carried our newborn baby into, I suddenly knew there was no turning back. My family was about to be torn apart.
There was no turning back a long time ago. You know what I'm saying? The moment the decision was made, that's when there was no turning back. The moment you made the first move and reached out to Joe, the lawyer, there was no turning back right then and there. There's receipts. It was on record at that point. You know what I mean? Fix that camera. Vic said, and she thinking they were gonna get treated differently. Nah, they got treated. I don't know about differently, but treated is what they got for sure. For sure. So they got him during a whole dinner party. People at the house kicking it and shit.
Mia. Peter had called Chapo back and he'd answered. "Hola, amigo," Chapo said happily. "How is your brother?" Over the course of only a few minutes, Peter negotiated the price of a 20-kilo shipment of heroin down from $55,000 per kilo to $50,000. It was business as usual, and in fact, it was warm and friendly.
Olivia. But with that one call, the countdown to the end was over. Chapo had incriminated himself, and the United States had officially netted the biggest drug dealer in history.
Treated.
It was time to bring Junior and Peter home.
There it is. That was chapter 23, y'all. That was chapter 23. Good chapter. We got to the phone call. They got a house full of people. They missed the call. They called them back. Hola, amigo. We get to that. And but it was already signed, sealed, and delivered that was going to be no turning back after that, for sure. You know what I mean? the pressure that, now it's who knows that I just got this call on this old man. Just the paranoia in itself. Oh man, you'd be spooked all fucking day long. Cause you're still in Mexico, you still got, the same guys watching you, the same guys overseeing you, like shit. Crazy. Salutes to y'all. Please hit the like button. Anybody walked in and forgot all about it, wipe your feet, hit the like button. If you have yet to subscribe, please do. Make sure you take a look at our merch. We got El Guapo aprons and Il Cartel t-shirts running around there. And we hanging out. And we're going to move on. We're going to do chapter 24. Because why not? We still here. Salute to y'all. Hundreds in the chat. We'll see who pops up during this episode. Anybody that hasn't been here today pops up in the chat. It's kind of an early stream. Probably get more people in the evening. So I'm going to have to start figuring out the schedule around here. But again, I appreciate y'all for being here. Thank you very much. These honeys right here. Boom, they do. Here we go. Chapter 24. Chapter 24, Cartel Wives.
Surrendering. Mia. About 2 weeks before my due date, and days before Peter got Chapo on tape, I started to have a bad feeling in my gut. Something was telling me that Peter and Junior's cooperation was going to end soon, and that they'd be taken away. At a time when I had so little control over anything in my life, and when the stress was becoming almost too much, I needed some peace. I wanted Peter to spend as much time with the baby as he could, so I told him we should schedule a C-section as soon as possible. Pay the doctors more if you have to, I said. I just need to have this baby early.
Damn.
Thankfully, the doctors were fine with it.
Made to order baby, boy. Hey, can we speed up this process here? Huh? Hurry your ass up. Let's get this baby popping.
When we checked into the hospital, I was a bundle of emotions. So scared of childbirth, but so excited about being a mom. I'd never wanted anything so badly in my life. After we ate dinner together, Peter helped me take a shower and we made love. Then I got in my hospital bed and he set up his bed on the couch. We started to talk and joke about all the memories we'd made together over the last decade, remembering everything from the first time we laid eyes on each other as teenagers to the day he fell to his knees on the beach and asked me to marry him. We talked about how excited we were to bring our baby girl in the world, and I said how proud I was of him for sacrificing his freedom for our family. Peter told me that I'd grown into a beautiful woman, one he was privileged to be married to, and one he was so grateful was about to be a mother for the very first time. I never could have done this if I didn't have you by my side, he said. Every now and then Peter's phone would ring. He'd put in his earbud, press record, and answer the call. When he hung up, we'd start talking and laughing again. Finally, I dozed off. Then I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of the phone ringing. Please, baby, I said, don't answer it. We need rest. Okay, he said, and he willingly let the phone go to voicemail.
That'd be the most important phone call of your life. That would drive me nuts. I'd be like, man, I needed that phone call. I don't know who it was. I don't know what happened.
For the first time in his life. Get off that couch and come to bed with me, I added with a smile. He crawled into my hospital bed and didn't answer a single call till the next day, after our daughter, Bella, was born. When they wheeled me into the recovery room, I looked around and couldn't find Peter. Junior and Olivia were there, though. Where's Peter? I asked. He's in the nursery, just staring at the baby, Olivia said. For the next 11 days, I don't think he left her side once.
Olivia. For almost 2 weeks, we did our best to keep on living just like we always had. The prosecutor, Tom, and the feds were in a panic about the possibility that their star witnesses might be murdered by the cartels.
Bro, how you in a panic? If you're in a panic, send the plane. To not just get the boys, to get everybody. But they didn't do that. They didn't do that. Vic City, esta novela, absolutely. It's a soap opera, man. This is grandma's stories right here. Stranger Than Fiction is real life. Oso says it all the time. This is his novela. Think Like a Kingpin says it, they come listen to the novela. But think about that. So they turn into, so mind you, they make the call, they say, all right, we want to flip on dude. They spend 7 to 9 months turning things over, flipping things on their heads, getting Chapo on tape, all of this. They finally get him on tape. Now it's 2 weeks. That tape is out there in the world, and they don't know if somebody knows, somebody don't know. One of those people paid by Chapo out there, in one of those offices, getting the information on them, coming to get them. That's another 2 weeks right there. Like, man, do my security know that I did this? Somebody coming to get us as we speak. Only for them to come for the twins and leave everybody else behind.
Something we didn't know at the time. And on top of that, Junior and Peter owed at least $15 million to Puerca. But we tried to stay calm. On Thanksgiving,
how much?
Olivia. For almost 2 weeks, we did our best to keep on living just like we always had. The prosecutor, Tom, and the feds were in a panic about the possibility that their star witnesses might be murdered by the cartels. Something we didn't know at the time. And on top of that, Junior and Peter owed at least $15 million to Puerca. But we tried to stay calm.
$15 million receipt. Like, if they would have kept the business as usual, they wouldn't have owed nobody, and they would have had free reign of getting all the information that the government needed, but the government rather play this, we are innocent, we do not let drug dealers sell drugs on our watch while they work for us, even if they're working for us and we're using that money to buy weapons for wars in other places. Shh. We don't talk about that kind of stuff. Like, come on, man.
On Thanksgiving, I cooked a massive, picture-perfect dinner. Thanksgiving isn't celebrated in Mexico, but in my house, it was. Our friends and associates were always so amazed by how we did things. And that Thanksgiving, I made sure everything was bigger and better than ever. We had 4 huge birds, and every side you can imagine. I set the table with white linens and put flowers and candles everywhere. Our babies were so tiny, but they still filled the house with warmth. Brandon was loving every single second, too, because everyone spoiled him with attention. I remember Junior looking at me in the middle of all of it, and I knew what he was thinking. The same thing was going through my mind. This may be our last holiday together. I just wish to hell we could freeze this moment forever. Of course, we couldn't.
Absolutely not.
Mia. Junior and Peter didn't just owe Puerca money. They were also running a huge debt to Sinaloa, somewhere over $40 million.
Damn!
The DEA was about to search and seize a few of their warehouses in L.A.
How do you expect these guys? So, you being a United States, what's it called? A United States entity, right? The DEA. You have these CIs and they're running games for you, right? But you're burning the bridge for every time they give you something. You're burning the bridge, you're shutting it all down, how can you go out there and ask them to do more for you? You're burning up my bridges to do anything for you. You okay with it? 40 million plus another 15 million, plus people are starting to notice it's one too many raids and loads getting hit. We're not used to this. Something strange around here. That's y'all fault. Like, if something bad would have happened to them, that would have been the fault of the United States government.
And the feds were concerned that Chapo would be onto them any minute. If that happened, our heads were going to get separated from our bodies. All that's why, 3 days after Thanksgiving, on Sunday, November 30th, our world changed.
Hold on. Let me go back.
They were also running a huge debt to Sinaloa, somewhere over $40 million. The DEA was about to search and seize a few of their warehouses in L.A., And the feds were concerned that Chapo would be onto them any minute.
Yeah.
If that happened, our heads were going to get separated from our bodies.
Absolutely.
All that's why, 3 days after Thanksgiving, on Sunday, November 30th, our world changed.
Vic said, that's what I don't get. All this money owed and nobody raised an eyebrow. They lucky. No, well, here's the thing. It was at that point that the eyebrows started to raise, even if we don't have no confirmation of it. Even if the twins, I mean, Pete already said he had somebody tell him, hey, what's going on with these, you losing these loads. And that was enough to freak him out a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And again, it could have been their own paranoia. But at this point, it's only natural that it would start raising eyebrows. So it was at that point, that's why they said they had to make their move before that LA thing, because that LA thing would have took them eyebrows from being raised to the hammers being raised and all hell breaking loose. You know what I'm saying? Because they've reached the point of diminishing returns. I can't give you no more without them knowing what's going on. And, so it might be a matter of luck, yeah, because nobody wanted to help them to that moment, and that moment has arrived, bro. Where there's no more, you can't give away no more loads without it giving yourself away and blowing your cover.
Olivia. Sunday had always been our day to relax and watch TV, just sitting around our house. We always had people cooking and cleaning
Ain't no relax right now
for us, but on Sundays, we didn't want anybody around because it was family day. I'd get up and cook breakfast, then later Junior would make lunch. At night, Junior and I would cook dinner together, and Mia and Peter would come over. Now that we had these little angels, we'd put them next to each other in their bassinets while we ate. In the morning, all Junior wanted to do was be with Benjamin. He'd rock him, give him his bottle, and just sit there, looking at him. That Sunday, he was holding him like he always did when his phone rang. He answered, listened for a little while, and finally said, I see. Yes. Okay, I understand. Then he closed the phone and brought the baby to me. He was dead serious. We have to turn ourselves in. I fucking flipped out. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
What you mean? What you mean?
We have to report to Guadalajara International Airport in 2 hours. You're going to have to pack up the babies and get out of the country now. With you? No, with Mia. They're taking me and my brother back to the United States. If anyone comes here and finds out we're gone, they're going to kill you. Liv, I need you to take our babies and leave. There's so much money at stake. We owe so much. Junior turned away from me and started packing up. I have to call Peter. I was in disbelief, but not just because I was about to lose my husband. I realized right then, I may also lose my life. But if there was anything I'd learned in my years, from battling my way out of an abusive marriage, to keeping my head on straight in jail, to escaping from a kidnapping by the skin of my teeth, it's that I could never, ever stop fighting for myself and my family.
The will to survive.
We're U.S. citizens, I screamed. How could they just leave us here to die? Junior grabbed me. Listen to me.
Ain't no time to talk about this shit right now. This is my account. Ain't no time to talk about this shit right now. Start getting your shit together. Let's go. Because this ain't the time for this. We can't be asking about this American citizen. Ain't no getting out of it. Load up. Let's go.
I need you to be strong, Liv.
That's it.
You have to keep our family safe. You know how to get to the border. I need you to grab only what you need and go. If they find you, Liv, they're going to kill you, Mia, and our babies. I knew, right then, my babies needed me. Mia needed me. I had to get us out of Mexico.
Mia. Bella was so tiny, just a totally innocent little thing when Junior called that Sunday morning and told Peter they had 2 hours to get to the Guadalajara airport. I was busy throwing a few outfits and a toothbrush into a bag for Peter and tossing bottles into my diaper bag. Then I stopped and looked around. There was my husband, on the edge of the bed, cradling the baby. He was holding her tight in his arms, staring at her and talking to her softly. She was looking back at him, her eyes barely open. It was like she believed as much as he did that they had to hold on to this one moment for as long as possible. The phone ringing broke the silence in the room. It was Junior on the other end of the line. "We'll be right over," Peter said, putting the baby on the bed. "Mia's just packing up. You should call Adrian, too. He'll need to drive us to the airport." I walked over to him and sat down. "I don't think I can do this. You can't go." "Baby, I have to." Peter pulled me to him, and for another moment we just sat there, the three of us. We'd finally moved into our dream home. It was our sanctuary, where we could escape all the madness, and Peter's favorite room was the nursery. When we finally stood up and started walking, Peter stopped outside the nursery and just stared into it. He loved that room. He'd spent days and days making it perfect for Bella. He's saying goodbye, I thought, and I'm going to have to accept that I am too. I just hope that one day Bella knows that she's the reason her father wanted to change his life. Then we both turned and headed toward Olivia and Junior's house next door.
Olivia.
Mind you, they had to do this, I guess, as quiet as possible. If you recall in the Surviving El Chapo podcast, they framed it as an argument that one of the brothers was leaving the wife, and it's just crazy to think about. Let's see how they frame it in this book. Felix Reyes in the chat said, "Le salió caro el hola amigo." Man, expensive, very expensive decision making. But I don't know how many options existed. We need to put up a poll.
Mia and Peter came in with the baby, looking like they'd just come back from a funeral. They were moving in slow motion, holding hands, and generally looking awful, which is how we all felt. I watched Mia sit down slowly on the couch and take the baby from Peter, then stare off into space. How the hell is she so calm? I thought. After the feds had called, I'd sprung into non-stop action. I'd been running around the house like a freaking tornado, checking for papers or anything that had our information on it.
No time for nostalgia. No time for thinking of the choices that were made or what the future has to offer. Ain't no future y'all don't get out of there right now.
I'd been yelling orders. "We have to get everything out of here. There can't be any sign of us. Get rid of everything." I had a stack of magazines with our names and Chicago address on them in one hand and a pile of papers in the other. I ran to the garbage and ripped them up, then grabbed a garbage bag and headed over to the walls to get the framed wedding and family photos that were hanging on them. I threw the garbage bag at Junior and screamed at him, "Take that out to the car!" We had video cameras scattered around.
To the car? What you gonna do, take it with you? Set that shit on fire. Put a tub out there, set it all on fire.
And our house for security. I ran through every single damn room and pulled down each and every one, then headed outside and got up on a ladder to pull down the cameras that were hanging near the entrances. I hardly thought about those cameras most of the time. We'd lived with them for so long that I forgot they even existed. But at that moment, they were the most important thing in my world. I had to get rid of them. When all that was done, I started looking for my baby's birth certificates. There was no way we were getting across the border if I couldn't prove that they were my children. Benjamin was so little he didn't have documentation of his dual citizenship, so getting his paperwork together was pretty much a life or death situation. I went through every drawer in our house, and finally I found the papers. Why weren't we prepared for this?
Boom. There it is. Why weren't we prepared for this? Again, it was a big complaint for me in season 1 of Surviving El Chapo podcast. Y'all knew that this day would come, and you're scrambling right now. And that's a hard one. Again, they explained it as, man, we put that out of our mind and dealt with the tasks at hand. Well, now there's a big task at hand, is get out of Dodge. I wonder if there was a thought, hey, the government's going to get us all out of here together, or, if there wasn't at all. 030 North in the chat said they should have had all this planned because they knew this was going to happen. She just said the same thing. So let's see how they frame it.
I kept asking myself, I suppose we thought we'd have a few more months, maybe years. Or maybe we were in denial, thinking we could all be together forever.
And there it is. That's what they said at the beginning. It was like, that's what I called it, denial. Put it out of our heads and, deal with the task at hand, I guess. I don't know. Could have cost y'all everything. Everything that you were cooperating for.
The truth was we'd known nothing. No clue how much more they'd need to record. No idea of whether or not what they'd gathered was useful. And no idea fucking Rambo was at our back door ready to kidnap us. We'd had no protection, no feedback, no nothing. And now, we had no instructions about how to get the hell out of our house and make it to the border without being killed.
Mia. I remember just sitting there on Olivia and Junior's sofa, holding Bella in one arm and her diaper bag in the other. Olivia was running around from room to room looking like a crazy woman, pulling photos off the wall and throwing pieces of paper into garbage bags. I wanted to help her, to do something, but I was just too lost. My in-laws, who Peter and Junior had told about their plans a few months back,
can't be lost, man. You lose it all.
Had just come over. While my father-in-law looked disgusted, my mother-in-law was crying her eyes out. I didn't even think she noticed me, but days later she told me, when I saw you on that sofa holding Bella, I don't think I've ever seen you look so small. I'm tiny, 100 pounds most of the time, but that morning I felt like I'd shrunk. My head wasn't on straight, and I couldn't even move.
It's a lot of pressure.
How am I going to go through life without Peter? I kept thinking. I can hardly sleep without him beside me. Peter approached me, took Bella from my arms and removed her changing pad and a diaper from my bag. I've got her, he said. Then he placed her gently on the sofa, cradling her little head and neck, and changed her diaper. Here you go, he said, as he passed her back to me. I watched as he walked to the kitchen to make her one last bottle. When he came back, he handed the bottle to me, leaned down and kissed me. What is it? I asked. He looked so serious. Mia, it's time, he answered. Then I watched the man I love do the absolute hardest thing he'd ever done in his life.
We out of here.
Turn and start to walk away from his family. Even though my heart was breaking, I remember thinking, I've never been more proud of him.
Olivia. I'd been racing through the house for the last hour, but I'd made a point of putting Brandon in his room with some toys. He didn't need to see his mom breaking down. I was frantically crying and couldn't believe that Junior had to leave us. Junior was my rock, my everything, and I was terrified of being alone. As strong as I'd always been, at that point I was at my weakest. The only thing that kept me going was the deep sense that I had to protect my babies, and if I couldn't keep it together for myself, I had to do it for them.
Facts.
I have to keep going, I told myself. Just keep moving. But as I walked downstairs into our living room, the enormity of everything hit me again. We had our Christmas tree up already. I'd already put out all my little Santa Clauses and decorated the entire house. Brandon's birthday was a few weeks away, and Christmas right after that. Junior's going to miss them both, I thought. Thanksgiving was our last holiday as a family. Daniela saw me and came out of a side room, leading Brandon by his hand. Junior was standing by the door, holding his bag. Brandon had always been Junior's little shadow. If Junior had to leave the house, our son would literally cling to his dad's leg while he started walking. Junior would pry him off, then walk him back across our hardwood floor. There were even a few times that Junior canceled plans because he didn't want to leave Brandon behind. When Brandon saw his dad by the door, he ran toward him. "No, don't leave," he said, diving toward Junior's legs.
Like he knew.
"Don't go." Junior looked broken. "Brandon, it's okay, baby. Daddy's going to come back." Junior pulled him up close. "I love you, and I promise I'll be back. You have to take care of Mommy, and never forget how much I love you. You're my little best friend." I carried Benjamin over to the two of them, and we stood together in the foyer, holding on to each other for dear life, trembling. I wanted to fall to my knees and beg him not to leave. As selfish as it was, I thought to myself, I should have never pressured him to change his life. I'm not sure breaking up my family is worth it. Then Junior let us go, and he and Peter moved together toward the door. When they walked out, I heard the click of the lock.
Chucky Chingong in the chat said, plan is get your fam out, forget the material stuff you can buy again. Absolutely. And I don't think they were worried about none of that material shit anyway. She was worried about anything that could link back to them and get somebody else smoked. Again, stuff that they should have been burning slowly for a long time. Knowing that this day would come and not knowing how it would play out, that the twins would have to meet them at the airport and the family would have to be on their own,
Mia. When Peter and Junior closed the door and started heading toward Adrian's car, I heard a loud cry. It was sort of like a high-pitched siren. I looked over and saw that it was coming from Brandon, who was hanging from the doorknob with both hands, screaming, "No, Daddy, no!" Seeing a child in that kind of pain is agonizing, and when I looked over at Olivia, shaking as she rocked Brandon back and forth, I wondered why we'd ever decided to put ourselves through this. Olivia and Junior had installed a deadbolt way high up on their front door, not for security, but because Brandon had learned how to unlock the bottom lock and let himself out. Before they put the deadbolt on, Peter and I would sometimes see him toddling out the door toward our house, wearing his little onesie and carrying his blankie. Peter would always go scoop him up, give him a big kiss, then call Junior or Olivia and say, "Your son just came over to play with my dog." I realized that if the door hadn't had a deadbolt, Brandon would have sprinted right out, dragging his blankie behind him and run after that car all the way to the Guadalajara airport. It was the most painful thought I'd ever had in my life.
Olivia. If I could have taken away Brandon's pain, I would have. But I had to stay strong and come up with a plan to get us the hell out of there. My family's life depended on it. It was Sunday morning, so the only staff around were our bodyguards, who stood outside our house and did surveillance of the neighborhood. But I knew people would be coming around soon, and there was no way our security could protect us from them. Everyone had tabs on Junior and Peter, and Cartel members were always doing business with them on the weekends. If they drove up and couldn't find them, they'd know something was up. Not only that, but they'd act on it. I had to come up with a decoy. Just then, one of their associates walked over and knocked on the door. "Where are Junior and Peter?" he said when I opened it. "They'll be back," I answered. "They went to talk to someone." He left, and 5 minutes later, Junior's friend Paco came by. As I saw him walking toward the house, I thought, oh my God, time to act. I grabbed my bag in one arm and my baby in the other. I marched out the door to the car and put Benjamin in his car seat, bundling him up. I left the car door open, then...
You see, she ain't forget the car seat. The car seat is there and ready to go. Listen, the rest of this stuff could fall by the wayside, but as long as she got that car seat, it's on and popping.
Ran back toward the house, screaming loud enough that Paco could hear me. Mia, let's go. My motherfucking husband. How could he do this to me? I'm leaving him. Junior cheated on me, and I'm leaving him in this fucking country.
Gone.
I could see Mia standing up slowly, staring at me like I'd lost my mind. She gave me a look like, what the hell? Then realized what I was doing and grabbed her diaper bag. I kept on going. That fucking bastard! I'm out of here. What? Paco said when he saw me racing back toward the car, trying to get the hell out of Dodge. Oh, hell no, that's not true. He thought I was just acting crazy. There was no way in hell Junior would have cheated on me, but as far as Paco knew, I'd made up my mind that he had.
She had to be putting on the performance of a lifetime to get these okey dokes to be like, what? He would never do such a thing to you. Yo, to be a fly on that wall, huh?
Where are you going? He said. None of your business. And if you see that motherfucker, tell him I don't want anything to do with him.
Damn.
Come on, Mia. I went back to the house and picked up Brandon. Mia had started putting Bella in her car, and she'd already loaded up a handful of stuff in her back seat. I pretty much threw Brandon in his car seat and slammed my car door, started it up, and pulled away as fast as I could. As I drove down the driveway, I could see Paco and my neighbor in the rearview mirror, their hands up in the air. Mia was right behind me in her car, and we met Daniela, Adrian, their kids, and my in-laws outside the gates of our subdivision. Then we started driving, a line of luxury SUVs so conspicuous they might as well have had flashing neon lights on them toward the Mexican border.
A straight caravan of richness on a getaway run down a dirt road in Mexico headed towards the border. Bananas. That was chapter 24, y'all. Good chapter. They came and scooped them up. She went with the same cover that they said in the podcast, that she was leaving him to confuse all his security. So to mind you, the twins are gone on their way to the airport. Val, Vivi, the parents, the brother, the kids, they all mobbed up in the rich cars, and now they're headed down a dirt road somewhere, trying to get out of Dodge. Good episode. We're getting to the gusto. Salute to y'all for being here. Felix Reyes said they was reckless. Shake my head. Yeah, man, reckless. She had to put. I mean, at the end of the day, you gotta adapt. You gotta adjust. And it seems Val was ready to to answer the call when it came to adjusting to the situation and throwing some bullshit at the wall, seeing if it's stuck, and just using it as enough time to get out of Dodge. And that's what they did. All right, we've had about 14 people watching. We got about 9 likes. If you're in here and you have yet to hit the like button, please hit that like button. It don't cost you a thing. Hit that. Y'all let me know, the 10 or 11 of y'all that's in here, the usual suspects, the people responsible for these lives continuing. Y'all let me know. Throw your hundreds up in the live chat if y'all want to keep going. One more episode, another half-hour episode. If not, we'll end it here and I'll go live tomorrow. Otherwise, we'll do another episode, and I spend tomorrow editing all this stuff and putting it out there piece by piece. Chucky Chingong in the chat says she's lucky she didn't get picked up, causing panic. They didn't know if she would bring the house down. Causing panic. They didn't know she would bring the house down. Yeah, man, like she was out there just throwing whatever she could throw at the wall. Oh, I'm going to leave this son of a bitch. They're like, what? He'd never cheat on you. That's the most wholesome guy we know. You know what I'm saying? These guys ain't into the violence game. These guys is businessmen and hopeless romantics in the best way possible. You know what I mean? They love their wives. These dudes couldn't believe that. But she used it she used it as what she needed it for, a distraction, confusion. It was like a feint. She threw a feint at him. You know what I mean? So And she got the hell out of Dodge. They jumped in them SUVs and they kept it moving. They was on their way out. We got hundreds from Old Soul, hundreds from Old 30 North. Appreciate y'all. You know? Wow. Bananas. She got a lot of shit to do. A lot of shit to do. Give me one sec. Let me see. Let's go. Let's keep it rolling. I'm off today. All right. We're going to celebrate Chucky's day off. I'm going to pour me a drink. Yesterday, the liquor was flowing. It was the anniversary of a good friend who was supposed to be doing this podcast with me. May he rest in peace. Salute to my brother Tremaine. Had a couple drinks yesterday and then wanted to go live with y'all, but technical difficulties arose. So it's going down. We're going to go chapter 25. Chapter 25, Cartel Wives. Hold on, let me see. Drop it up the window a bit. Chapter 25.
Chapter 23.
She a lie. It's 25.
Crossing the border. Olivia. Nuevo Laredo was the closest border crossing to Guadalajara, and it was a 12-hour drive away. I knew Nuevo Laredo all too well. It's where I was arrested when I was a teenager. Unfortunately, it wasn't just the center of my drug smuggling. In 2008, it was ground zero for cartel violence. The goal...
It's crazy. She's on her getaway route, and she's going through places that she's familiar with. Why? Because she went to jail there as a teenager. That's the kind of life that woman lived. You know what I'm saying? Bananas. Chucky said the Henny flowing, smoke them if you got them. Smoke them if you got them. And again, if you sober, salutes to you. Do what you do to keep a smile on your face. And if that's listening with us, then salutes to you.
Chapter 23.
It's funny.
Crossing the border. Olivia. Nuevo Laredo was the closest border crossing to Guadalajara, and it was a 12-hour drive away. I knew Nuevo Laredo all too well. It's where I was arrested when I was a teenager.
It's funny.
Unfortunately, it wasn't just the center of my drug smuggling. In 2008, it was ground zero for cartel violence. The Gulf Cartel had always ruled Nuevo Laredo, and their armed wing, Los Zetas, did their bidding when they needed to fight the police, the government, rival cartels, or members of their organization who'd wronged them. Los Zetas were ruthless. Gunfights and kidnappings were common, but in one attack, the militia cut out 6 victims' hearts, carved Z's into their chests, and left their bodies in caves.
Savage.
In 2004, thinking that the Gulf Cartel was losing their hold on Nuevo Laredo, the Sinaloa cartel moved in, looking to expand, and a turf war broke out. By 2008, Sinaloa had a firm grasp on the city, and everyone at the border was Chapo's eyes and ears.
Mia. In Nuevo Laredo, one call from one person who'd noticed that Junior and Peter weren't home and smelled a rat would guarantee an automatic hit on our whole family.
That's it.
It was even possible that Los Zetas would spot us, figure out who we were, and kill us just to rub it in El Chapo's face. Yet here we were, driving blind toward one of the most dangerous cities in Mexico, with no help, no protection, and no exit strategy.
My question is this. How long after the twins was out the door? Because they went another 9 months setting people up. Mind you, I don't expect the word to get from Chapo down to street level dealers, oh, the twins did this or that. You know what I'm saying? But how more people didn't know that they were compromised at that point, I wish I could understand that timeline. You know what I'm saying? How long before they were gone, before it was on Chapo's radar? How long before they were gone that it finally got on everybody's radar in the States? And was it too late by then and everybody was rolled up in it? You know what I mean?
Olivia. I had Benjamin and Brandon in the back seat in the car seats, and it was the first time I'd driven alone with them. Junior had always been in the car with me, and I'd always sat in the back with my boys. Luckily, Benjamin was so tiny that more than half the time he'd be asleep, and Brandon was so used to driving long distances in Mexico, like back and forth from Puerto Vallarta to Guadalajara, that I knew we wouldn't have to stop much, probably only for meals and potty breaks. Mia was alone in her car with my poor niece, who wasn't even 2 weeks old. Adrian was driving with Daniela and their new baby. Daniela's kids were driving another car, and my in-laws were in a fifth car.
All driving through enemy territory in some very conspicuous, loud, easily seen vehicles.
We probably could have piled into fewer cars, but we all thought, probably stupidly, we have warehouses full of vehicles, so why not take as many as we can? Still, we had to leave a dozen behind.
Damn.
Mia. We abandoned everything that didn't have sentimental value or that we wouldn't need on the road. We scrapped our Ferraris, ATVs, and even our plane. There just wasn't time to grab any of our valuables. We knew it would all get stolen in a matter of time, and we later found out that within a few weeks, Junior and Peter's associates had taken everything. Designer clothes, handbags, man bags, Viking appliances, ATVs, jet skis, motorcycles, and all of our cars.
So she said within weeks they had already cleaned them out over there. So they knew that they weren't coming back. Chucky Chingon in the chat said immediately they owe too much money. First unanswered call raising eyebrow. I'm sure. Absolutely. But again, they were still able for 9 months to, to continue setting people up on the street. So that word took a while to trickle down. There we go.
They even took the chandeliers and light switches off the walls. It was a free-for-all for everyone, even their closest friends.
Olivia. We couldn't care less about our stuff, and it was the last thing on our minds as we started driving. We just wanted to make it to the border, to our safety zone. Without stops, Nuevo Laredo is a good 12-hour drive from Guadalajara, and we didn't get there till 3 a.m. We were terrified at the idea of using our phones on the way. I kept thinking, what if someone's listening in? So I didn't call my family to tell them we were heading home to Chicago. I wasn't prepared to reveal the truth, and plus it sounded like a suicide mission. We were so paranoid, but with good reason. A line of Range Rovers, BMWs, and Mercedes trucks driving like bats out of hell is pretty much like standing out in the middle of the street with a sign that says, "Hey, we're a bunch of drug dealers escaping for our lives. Come kill us." When we finally got to Nuevo Laredo, we stopped at the Hilton to change the babies and get them ready for the long ride. I pulled my sleeping children out of the car, looking over my shoulder every 5 seconds. "We're not staying," I said to Adrian. "We have to keep going." Crossing in the middle of the night is a huge red flag. Let's just wait till morning. "No, we have to leave now," I said. "We have to get out of Mexico." After we stumbled back into our cars, we lined them up, with my truck leading the way since I'd crossed so many times before. As I exited the parking lot, I was so nervous and scared that I swerved out too far and hit something in the road, hard. I couldn't be sure, but I think it was a divider. I heard a muffled flap, grind, flap, and as my wheel rim started to scrape against the road, I knew what had happened. I had a flat tire, right there in the middle of cartel-infested Nuevo Laredo. It was a bad one, too. Whatever I hit ripped my tire right off the rim. I jumped out of the car, my baby still in the back, grabbed my head in the middle of the street, and started freaking the fuck out. "Let's just leave it! I don't care! Let's forget the car!" Bear in mind that this was a $150,000 Range Rover. In Mexico, you can't use credit or get a loan for a car purchase, so we'd paid all cash for it. I loved that stupid car, but I loved my life a hell of a lot more.
Yeah, fuck that.
My nephews hopped out of their car and started to jack my Range Rover up. "Stop!" I screamed. "Let's just leave it." I walked over to them to try to push them back in their cars. I swear to God, I thought that, at any minute, someone was going to drive by and shoot all of us. The truth was, they might have, because Adrian's phone had just started ringing.
Mia.
Shout out JP the Ghost in the chat. Shio back in the building. A little late, but I'm here. Glad to see you back in business. Salute to you. Thank you for being here. YouTube trying to hold the brother down. Had me banned and in solitary confinement for 7 days, but we are back. Salutes to you.
Adrian and Daniela were in the car behind me. I kept looking in the rearview mirror and seeing Adrian lift his phone to his ear, then start barking something or other into it. I knew none of this was good. It wasn't even dawn on a Monday morning, and in drug dealer time, the workday had just begun. People had started calling, Junior or Pete, heard their calls go straight to voicemail and figured something was up. Junior and Peter...
The cat's out the bag, y'all.
Always answer their phones. No one had my number or Olivia's number, but they all knew Adrian's. "They keep calling! What the hell am I supposed to tell them?" Adrian shouted at Olivia, who was still railing against Daniela's son to just give up and let her ditch the Range Rover. "How the fuck do I know?" she said. "Just tell them they're still sleeping." With new babies and schedules like theirs? No way. There was no possible way their workers wouldn't realize that things were really off. We couldn't get around it. I couldn't believe the situation we were in. My C-section stitches hadn't even healed, and I was still in pain.
Damn.
Anytime Bella had cried during the drive, I'd had to pull over, hop in the back seat, and nurse her. We're so close, I thought, as I looked straight ahead out my windshield. I can see the border. There were agents with huge guns pacing back and forth, questioning cars and letting people through. We're so fucking close, I thought. And then suddenly, I just lost control. It had all become too much. I grabbed the steering wheel and exploded. "We're never going to get out of here. We're going to die here." I loosened my grip, raised my fists, and started pounding as hard as I could on the steering wheel. I paused, felt even more helpless, and started pounding harder, screaming at the top of my
You gotta relax.
lungs. I didn't care if I woke Bella up. She was a baby and she wouldn't remember. But if I didn't let out my rage, I thought I might actually get out of the car and try to run for the border. Then I saw Olivia's car start moving.
Olivia. Daniela's son fixed my tire faster than anyone at Midas ever had, and I got the hell off that street as quickly as I could. Seeing the border crossing in front of me, I gunned it. The other cars fell into line right behind me, and I zipped right along toward an open booth.
Now, I don't know if I missed it right now or something, but I remember they had the whole hotel situation that they were going to stay at a hotel. And they stood at the hotel. They decided to stay at the hotel, and then the nephew had spoke to his girlfriend and let the cat out the bag where they were at, and they had to jump up out the hotel and head back to head back towards the border. So I don't know, again, some things were different in this book than they were in the podcast, so that might be one of those things. But we skipped that. We straight to the borderline right now.
It was so early that most of the lanes were actually open. "Hello," I said as I rolled down my window, handed the agent my passport and my kids' birth certificates, and waited to move right through. The officer looked at my stack of papers a little too closely, for a little too long. "No, you can't go," he said. "You have to turn around." My heart stopped. What the fuck? What do you mean? Now, I know that's not how you're supposed to speak to an armed government official, but I was in no mood to be polite. "You have Mexican plates and your children were born in Mexico. You have to have a proper visa for them to cross."
Damn.
He stepped back and moved his arms, like he wanted me to pull over. I was desperate but was trying not to sound like it. "But I'm their mother, and my baby is 2 months old. I'm an American. How are we going to get in?" Go back and get proper documentation for the minors and we'll let you through.
Bruh, do you not understand? We are on the run right now, right? Call the consulate, call the president, call whoever you got to call. Shout out Felix Reyes in the chat. I just don't understand that once they had Chapo on tape, they should have held on to the tape until they got their shit together and then turned the tape in. I think they called, if I recall correctly, they called the government, told them they had the tape, and they told them, all right, wait to be advised. And then it was like 2 weeks later that they were like, all right, we're coming to get you today. Make sure you have that hard drive with you, or that jump drive, or whatever it is. PR Black in the chat. Salutes. Shail, salute King Honey. Salutes to you, PR Black. Glad to have you back. We are about 33 hours and 20 minutes into this live stream. If you didn't know, I was banned from YouTube for 7 days. Thrown in solitary. Couldn't speak. Couldn't post. Couldn't do nothing. But we are back. We are on and popping, and you got a whole 3-hour replay to hit. But right now, kick it with us. Hunters to Felix Reyes in the chat. Salutes. They're at the border getting pushed around. You need to have proof of address. If you could bring me a bill, a light bill, a gas bill, whatever that is. A social security number. Like, come on, man. We on the run. We lucky we made it this far.
The guard motioned once again for me to turn my car around. I just sat there in park and stared at him. Being nice wasn't going to work. So maybe being batshit crazy would. I started yelling. They're going to kill us! We're all going to be fucking killed! The guard backed up, acting like he was either going to bring out reinforcements to arrest me or run because he thought I was a suicide bomber. I kept going. Let us through now, or we're all going to die!
Hey.
I looked around me.
She pulled the panic card. She hit the panic button. Set all the alarms off.
And I could see everyone else getting out of their cars. My father-in-law was arguing with someone, and Adrian had just thrown his hands in the air. Mia was white as a ghost. The Border Patrol officer had lifted up his walkie-talkie to call for backup. I didn't know what else to do, so I jumped out of the car and started screaming, "They're going to fucking kill us if you don't let us through!"
They're like, relax.
Mia.
No pa tanto.
Before we'd left, I'd been careful to gather together all the paperwork I'd stashed away next to my bed. I had my birth certificate as well as Peter's. I had my passport and Bella's birth certificate. I even had a notarized letter written by Peter stating that our daughter could cross the border. But it was no use. They wouldn't let me through because Bella had been born in Mexico, and I didn't have a visa for her. I was so in shock that I hardly remember walking into the border agent's office. All I can recall was how cold it was when I stepped out of my car. It was that kind of pre-dawn wetness you often feel in Chicago, but rarely in Mexico. The type of chill that you just can't shake off.
That cold humidity.
Unless you bundle up right away. As I wrapped a blanket around Bella and zipped up the only coat I'd brought along, I just remember thinking, it never gets cold like this in Mexico. But all bets were off at that point. It could have started snowing, and honestly, I wouldn't have been fazed.
Hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button.
Olivia. When I walked into the border agent's office and saw Mia sitting there shivering, I jumped into Mama Bear mode. You cannot just let her sit there like that, I said. She's freezing. I would have done anything to protect my family at that point. I was so desperate to get us across the border. Finally, though, I had an idea. I pulled out my phone and dialed a saved number. On the third ring, a person on the other end picked up. "Good morning, this is Matt," said a friendly voice on the other end of the line. Thank God he's up, I thought. I knew that a lot of DEA agents started the day before dawn, so I wasn't all that surprised that he'd answered. I was totally wired, but I explained the situation to him as calmly as I possibly
Wait.
could.
Who's she call?
I pulled out my phone and dialed a saved number. On the third ring, a person on the other end picked up. "Good morning, this is Matt," said a friendly voice on the other end of the line. Thank God he's up, I thought. I knew that a lot of DEA agents started the day before dawn, so I wasn't all that surprised that he'd answered. I was totally wired, but I explained the situation to him as calmly as I possibly could. "Let me talk with the border guards," he said after listening, and I handed my phone over to one of them. They talked for what felt like forever, but when the agent closed up the phone and motioned for me and Mia to come over, I realized we might be okay. Matt must have told them to search the hell out of us because, when they took us outside again, they scanned our cars from top to bottom. We stood there for probably 3 or 4 hours while they x-rayed the insides and outsides.
Yeah, that DEA agent was like, listen, this is the mistake we don't want to make. That they come on the run over here, but while they're on the run, they done put, 60 keys per Escalade coming through the border as they turn themselves in. They X-ray gave the whole caravan an MRI and shit.
Dialed a saved number. On the third ring, I handed my phone over to one of them. They talked for what felt like forever. But when the agent closed up the phone and motioned for me and Mia to come over, I realized we might be okay. Matt must have told them to search the hell out of us because, when they took us outside again, they scanned our cars from top to bottom. We stood there for probably 3 or 4 hours while they x-rayed the insides and outsides, then brought out the dogs to sniff every inch. The whole time I was like, do they honestly think I'd be trying to bring drugs over the border when I'm running for my fucking life? Then it hit me. We were always going to be treated like criminals, because that's what our husbands were. Everything checked out, so the agents led us toward our cars. We put the babies in their car seats, got in ourselves, turned the keys, and put them in gear. As I glanced in my rearview mirror, I was afraid of what was behind us, but I was more terrified of what was to become of us. Still, there was nothing I could do. Just as during every other bad thing that had happened in my life, I had to make a decision, take action, and hopefully learn something and be a better person because of it. Here goes nothing, I thought, and I began driving across the U.S. border toward the rest of my very uncertain life.
Listen, even then, she didn't know how uncertain, considering the position that they're in today. Life, boy, life is something else.
Start to search around Nuevo Laredo for him.
Come on, you gotta...
I'd always been close to Adrian and Danielle. They hugged us goodbye and said,
Adrian had been deported the day he'd been released.
My life, I had to make a decision, take action, and hopefully learn something and be a better person because of it. Here goes nothing, I thought, and I began driving across the U.S. border toward the rest of my very uncertain life.
Mia. Adrian, my father-in-law, and one of our nephews were stuck at the border. Adrian had been deported the day he'd been released from federal prison years before. My father-in-law had a huge criminal history, and our nephew didn't have his birth certificate with him, so they weren't going to get clearance to cross till they got their papers straight with U.S. immigration.
That's a trifecta of problems right there, you know what I'm saying? 2 criminals and 1 kid without papers. That was a holdup.
Daniela, her children, and my mother-in-law stayed back with them, but that didn't make us feel any better.
Olivia. They hugged us goodbye and said, "Don't worry, we'll switch hotels every day. We'll be fine." But we didn't know if we'd ever see them again. Matt had promised to work on their paperwork, but he hadn't offered to protect them. Adrian's phone was still ringing off the hook, and it was a matter of days before someone was going to put 2 and 2 together and start to search around Nuevo Laredo for him. I'd always been close to Adrian and Daniela, and I felt like I was saying goodbye to them forever. I honestly thought we would never see our family again. After we crossed and got back into our cars, I said to Mia, "Let's just keep going, all the way." "Are you sure?" she asked. "We're exhausted." "Yes, definitely." My adrenaline was pumping, and I felt like I could drive all the way to Canada if I had to. It was going to be a 20-some-hour drive, and I'd be damned if I was going to stop for the night.
Mia, when you have 1,400 miles ahead of you and what feels like a lifetime in your rearview mirror, you have a lot of time to think. I spent half the drive worrying about Bella in the back seat, and the other half wondering what was happening to Peter. But when I actually stopped and took stock, I realized this is the first time in almost 5 years I've been alone. Peter had done absolutely everything for me. I'd never had to step up to the plate and take care of myself. Now I had to do that and protect my daughter. Olivia and I had bought new phones after we crossed, and I'd called my mom right away. Now she was calling every 5 minutes to find out where I was. I told her everything, finally, that Peter and Junior were traffickers, that they'd become informants.
Bruh, that's when you decided to break it to them? When you're on your way? Wow. Again, we know they're adults. Father's a cop. I'm sure they smelt it. They just didn't want to, expose the truth to themselves or expose the awkwardness to their family. But she coming clean on the way in, on the way away from, running. Mr. Eddie Jimenez, she saw and heard from Adrian soon. He sent them that money stashed. Yeah, but that was way after this. At this point, Adrian is still stuck in Mexico. He does get over eventually. I believe he does. I know the father does. But eventually down the line, yes, he sent them that bread supposedly. And then, as Old 30 North said in the chat, did Adrian snitch on his own sister-in-law? Evidently he did. Again, when we spoke about it here, I said, okay, did he just roll over on them, or did they all as a family come to the conclusion that this is the best scenario for all of us? Is if I take a deal, you do this, you do that. I don't know if that was the case or not the case, but in theory, yes, he testified against his sister-in-law, from what I understand. I'm trying to get all that paperwork so we can have a paperwork party on it and really go through the story in depth from that angle. But shout out to Mr. Eddie Jimenez in the chat. Salutes to you. Appreciate your engagement. Thank you, sir. Make sure y'all hit the like button. We're on a marathon today. But at this point, Adrian is still, or Armando, they're calling him Adrian in this one. From my understanding, Adrian was the brother that actually passed away. That was his real name. But at this point, Adrian is still stuck on the other side with the old man and the kid.
That they'd surrendered at the airport and that we'd escaped with our lives. Every detail had made Mom frantic. Are you okay? Where are you? Why don't you stop? She kept saying. I'd respond, Mom, I love you, but I'm trying to drive. I can't have you calling me all the time. I have to keep my full attention on the road. 4+ years of time and distance, and I was still her baby. I guess some things never change. My plan was to go to their house while Olivia checked into a hotel. This would be the first time my family had met Bella, and I kept hoping that she'd take some of the pressure off. I needed it, desperately. With our lawyer's assistance, Peter had finally gotten clearance to call me midway through our drive, and while I was so happy to hear from him, it had left me a complete wreck. I can't believe it took you so long to get over the border, baby, he said. I was worried sick about you the whole time. I've been so scared thinking something happened to you. I didn't want to dwell on it, so I changed the subject. Are you okay? Where are you? They have us hiding in some random hotel in Mexico City. To get us here, the feds covered our faces, locked the hotel down, and snuck us in. Mexico City? Why the hell were they there? I thought. Mexico City was one of their main hubs. We're a block away from one of our stash houses. We can actually see it from our hotel window.
Crazy.
They've still got us recording and working, and we've met with every single bureau you can think of. Homeland Security, U.S. Customs, the DEA, and FBI. We've been answering questions and getting debriefed, but no one's been willing to tell me anything about you.
So these guys got told, meet us at the airport, got taken to Mexico City to a hotel a block away from a stash of theirs in Mexico City where everybody intermingles and everybody's everywhere. There's eyes everywhere. They're in a hotel where they could see one of their stash houses from the window. He said while they got them working, which means they're still on the phone running the business and shutting down operations left and right, and then debriefing with all these different law enforcement agencies all at the same time. It's crazy, dog. That's bananas.
All I've done is ask about my family, and no one's told me a fucking thing. So not only were they in as much danger as we'd been, but they were totally in the dark, flying blind, just like we were.
Olivia. It was 24 hours from the border to Chicago.
Shout out to Old 30 North in the chat. I never knew he passed away. No, understand me. In the book, the brother because in the book in Cartel Wives they changed names. This is my understanding. I can be wrong, but I don't think I am. In the book, they took Armando, the name Armando, and they switched it for Adrian. But Adrian is the real older brother of the twins and Armando that had passed away when the twins were young. You know what I'm saying? But they used his name for Armando in the book, I believe. That's how it worked. Armando did not pass away. The one that testified against the sisters or turned on the sisters. Adrian did. Way before all of this.
And we made it there the next day. 24 freaking hours on the road. And we only stopped when we had to feed the babies, change a diaper, or use the bathroom. When we got to Chicago, I said goodbye to Mia, then checked into a hotel near the airport.
Mia. I thought about going to the hotel with Olivia, but I couldn't stand the thought of not being with my family. I needed them just to feel safe. When I arrived at the house I grew up in, my parents, brother, and sister were standing in the doorway, already crying their eyes out. I parked the car, then carried Bella in her car seat up the steps. Mom looked at me for a split second, grabbed the car seat from me and carried it in. Then she placed it on the kitchen table and unstrapped my daughter, her second granddaughter. As my dad held me around the waist with one arm and my sister grabbed my hand, I watched my mom, who'd been practically a baby herself when she'd had me, lift Bella up to her shoulder and hold her, rubbing her back. "It's all okay. You're home. You're safe," she whispered to her. I knew she was, but I wish I'd felt the same.
Yeah, nobody's safe.
As I watched each member of my family pass my daughter back and forth, kissing her sweetly, I thought to myself, this is not my home anymore. It's my parents'. My home is with Peter, and I may not ever have that again.
Olivia. I called my parents as soon as I got Brandon and Benjamin situated in the hotel room I checked into. I still hadn't told them the full truth. I'd never wanted to hurt them, especially after I'd put them through so much already.
This was a day for breaking news in this family, all right? Once it was too late, once you couldn't give it to them softly and hide the medicine in the food, no. Now we are forced to let all the cats out of all the bags, all the skeletons out of all the closets. Just let it be known. Tell them what you need to tell them. Even though they kind of had an idea. They probably didn't know to what extent. They probably didn't know how big and how deep. But they knew something was up.
I kept them in the dark so they could sleep better at night. When they came over, though, I broke down and told them everything. I couldn't lie anymore. Still, the look on my dad's face was pure disgust. I'd wanted so badly to protect him and Mom, and instead, I'd broken their hearts. When they left, I tried to collect myself. I felt so empty and alone. And as I stared at the ceiling, I wondered if Junior was doing the same. Then I called Joe. "Olivia, you shouldn't be in the city," he said. "Your lives are in danger. Check into a hotel far out of the city." "Where are Peter and Junior?" "They're going through the process. They'll go to the correctional facility downtown soon. They'll be well guarded, and they'll be together. But if anyone figures out you're in town, you might not be. Go somewhere outside the city limits. I'll go to my house then. I'd kept a house in the suburb for years, so I gave him that address. Someone will meet you there tomorrow to talk about next steps for you and Mia. Next steps could have meant anything, so it wasn't worth asking. Instead, I packed up what little I had and left with my sons.
Right. Next step, y'all didn't help us with the first step. You know what I'm saying? We've been on our own over here.
I was on the road driving the few miles out to my house. I called Mia and told her that she should meet me there the next morning.
Mia. When Olivia called and said we weren't safe in the city and had to leave, I was devastated. I didn't want to endanger my family, but I hated the idea of being without them. I'd had Bella less than 2 weeks before, and I was still in pain from my C-section. I barely had anything but the clothes on my back, and I didn't just need help. I needed love. I wanted my family, and I ached for Peter.
Ain't no time for love right now. If you want life, you're going to have to trade life for love.
I'm really on my own, I kept thinking. And this is what it's going to feel like for years and years. My dad was crushed when I left with Bella. "Baby, just stay," he said. "I can protect you." I know he felt like he could. But let's be honest. No one was really able to. Olivia and I were on our own. And that's why we had to get away.
Olivia. My house was about 45 minutes out of the city. I'd decorated it exactly like my home in Guadalajara. Decorative pillows covering big, plush couches and huge rugs spanning wall to wall. But there were none of the little Mexican knickknacks and touches that I'd put everywhere in Guadalajara. It felt empty, not warm or full of love like my home with Junior. It was an American home, far, far away from Mexico.
Facts.
Hugging my babies, I just sat on the steps and bawled my eyes out, thinking, I don't even have the strength or will to keep going.
Mia. When I looked around, I suddenly felt sad all over again. I'd never been happier in my life than in Mexico, I thought. I know it was a dangerous life to live, but we were all together. We were a family there.
Olivia. Joe had hired 24-hour security for us, so when Mia arrived, there were armed guards waiting to greet her. A few hours later, they let in a woman named Carol Williams from the Witness Protection Program. Carol was friendly, with a warm, pleasant smile. She seemed nice enough, but honestly, I don't think she knew what she was walking into. Peter and Junior were prepared to be the biggest drug informants in U.S. history, and we had targets on our heads just because we were married to them. "Good morning," she said when I offered her a seat. Then she dove right into the subject that had brought her to my house. "So, as you know, your lives are in danger, and we'd like that not to be the case." I wasn't going to pull any punches with her, so I cut her off. "We've been telling you that for the last 3 days.
Right.
But no one from the government has helped us. Not one fucking bit, except for Matt, and I made that happen."
3 days? No. Last 9 months they ain't helped you with nothing.
"It took us hours to get across the border, and our in-laws just got out yesterday. The U.S. attorneys had to work to get them clearance. That took a few days, and they had to jump around the border from hotel to hotel. They could have been killed on your watch. We could have been killed. We're not going to be your sitting ducks." Carol just sat there, straight-faced. But she didn't apologize. "What we can offer you now are 2 spots in the Witness Protection Program. We'll give you new names and relocate you and your children." Mia and I had talked about this beforehand.
Once again, these voice actresses, they on point, bro. She just gave the proper commercial. That lady's reading some script that she gets from her job. telling them about what they're going to get. That's robot shit. That's just the way it's handled.
But we still had real questions. When would we see our husbands? I asked, knowing what the answer would be. You'll be far away from their prisons. But even if you travel to see them, we can't allow unscheduled visits. You'll see them once a year, maybe, and it's entirely scheduled and supervised. We can't permit calls unless we set them up weeks in advance. Then she paused. Your lives will be very different and very separate from your husband's. Would we be near each other? Mia asked. No. You'd be in different parts of the country. I didn't even look at Mia when I started talking for both of us. We were on the same page about this, no questions asked. I couldn't lose the only person in the world who understood me, and she couldn't give up the only person in the world who reminded her of home. We were sisters, and no one was going to separate us.
They were in the same circumstance. You know what I'm saying? And it's a circumstance they got into together, and they were trying to get out of together.
Never, I said. We gave up everything. Our husbands sacrificed themselves for the love of our family and to give our children better lives. And the last thing we want to do now is break our family up. Our husbands need us, and we need them. And there's no way our babies are going to grow up not knowing their dads. Mia and I only have each other, and we cannot get through this alone. So our answer is absolutely no. Carol looked at both of us in shock. You're making a huge mistake. This is a terrible risk. It's a risk we want to take, Mia said. Carol nodded slowly. Then it was wonderful to meet you, and I wish you all the best. Together, we walked her to the door and showed her out, thanking her for her time. Then we went back to the couch, sat down, and without saying a thing, reached for each other's hands. We're in this together for the long haul, I thought. It might be 20 years till we're back with our husbands, and we'll sure as hell never be living on the beach in Mexico again, but we'll always have each other, and we're not giving up.
Think of the irony in that last sentence, man. Considering that both of those women are serving prison time right now. That's crazy. I'm going to go back to that last sentence. The last 30 seconds.
Walked her to the door and showed her out, thanking her for her time. Then we went back to the couch, sat down, and without saying a thing, reached for each other's hands. We're in this together for the long haul, I thought. It might be 20 years till we're back with our husbands.
Crazy.
And we'll sure as hell never be living on the beach in Mexico again. But we'll always have each other. And we're not giving up.
They didn't even know how true those words were when they wrote them for this book. You know what I'm saying? Bananas. Bananas. That was chapter 25, y'all. Bananas. That is crazy. So they made it across the border. Now I will say the difference between this and the Surviving El Chapo podcast, I feel like it was more dramatic in the Surviving El Chapo podcast. It was more cinematic. You kind of got a better sense of the hell that they were going through on the way out of Mexico and the danger that they were going through on the way out of Mexico. This was a little bit more cut and dry. They just ran you through the process of what happened. But not bad at all. This one got into more detail as far as it came to, talking about the lady from the Witness Protection Program and them basically walking around and telling her don't let the doorknob hit you with a good Lord split you. You know what I'm saying? Sending her on her way and saying, listen, we can't do it, like that. You're taking everything away. But again, that last line, very poignant. 20 years later, so think about it, they lost their husbands for 12 and a half years. Husband's home a couple years, and then the feds come down on the women, and now the women gone for what's supposed to be 3.5 years. Didn't know how real that was when they wrote it, but here it is. Salutes. That was dope. That was dope. Salutes to y'all. Appreciate y'all being here. We had a good stream. I might look for something real quick. See if I run into something on the off the cartel beaten path real quick before we leave. I'm gonna edit everything. I'm gonna put these episodes out one at a time. Let me see if I got something to watch later that'll work. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Hulk Hogan comes to son's aid during DUI arrest. Salutes Old Soul with the hundreds in the chat. I appreciate you all for being here. It was a good stream. It was a fun stream. Make sure you guys go check out the Spread Shop, merch shop on the channel. Again, I'll keep adjusting things, adding things, taking things off, finding other things that we can put out there. Appreciate y'all for being here. We did, I don't know, 3 episodes of Cartel Wives. We jumped into Guero Palma's story and what they did to his family. We looked into Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo and what he did. Chucky Chingong in the chat said the Fed screwed them over big time and he's still helping them. I'd be salty as hell. Exactly, man. It just goes to tell you that these guys have always thought the way they think. And they make decisions the way they make them. Again, this is the guy that, he told the guys that snatched him up, those feds that snatched him up, nothing's going to happen to you. You know what I mean? They, so far they've lived up to the character that we hear about, and that in the first season so much we said, nah, you got to have some dirt under your nails. But everywhere we've looked has confirmed that these dudes did it different. They did it different. You know what I mean? What a fucking crazy story, though. And yeah, here he is still helping law enforcement. You know what I'm saying? Basically training these fools on the operation after all they did to him. And like he said, that he ran into some of the feds that came to get his wife in one of his classes. Like, that's crazy. Also said big facts. Feds still treating them, man. Chucky Chingon said, good one, brother. Salutes to you. Thank you. Mr. Eddie Jimenez said, thanks, bro. Stay warm, be safe. Salutes to you. Thank you for being here, brother. It was a good episode. It was a good live, man. We were banned for 7 days, but we're back. I'm gonna edit all this stuff and drop it during the week. And if there's time tomorrow, throughout all this editing, do another live and just stay ahead of the game. And I'm gonna watch those other resources that y'all were telling me about. Right now, I want to see if I can find something entitled "Stubborn Girl Turns into Maniac While She's Cuffed." Let's see. Nah, it all seems like it'll take a back seat to what we just listened to. So I'm just going to leave it at that. Again, I appreciate y'all for being here. Let me go through the chat real quick. Who checked in today? 030 North, Old Soul, Chucky Chingon, the usual suspects, Ruben Contreras, Perfecto J777, salutes to you, Felix Reyes, Lupe the Bull, Vic, shout out Vic. Who else was on the check-in today? Mr. Eddie Jimenez. Salute to Mr. Eddie Jimenez. JP the Ghost checked in. Salutes to JP the Ghost. Another one of the usual suspects. PR Black. Salutes to you. Yeah, man. Good life. Had a good time. Gonna go out with the same song that we came in with. Again, I appreciate y'all. Please hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. Go watch one of those playlists that you haven't seen yet. Go watch a video you haven't seen yet on my channel and hit the like button there too. I appreciate y'all for that. Again, subscribe if you have yet to do so. And I'll check y'all out tomorrow. Gonna go out on this joint right here that we came in with earlier. This is my brother King Chaz. Y'all can follow him on YouTube. King Chaz, KINGCHAZ. You can look him up on Instagram, same way. Chucky Chingon said you need a burner account, so if they ban you, we keep it rolling on the low. I'm sure someone snitched. Nah, man, I think they just got me. It was a trick. Again, my question is, if I'm getting got for something that I'm playing from YouTube, why is it still on YouTube? I shouldn't be presented with the opportunity to use that. If I'm gonna get flagged for it, why didn't they get flagged for it? So again, it probably is that somebody snitched. It is what it is. While it was happening though, salutes to Section 8 affiliate, ETC affiliate, Ron's other alter ego, throwing a donation last week. Through the donation, right before I could shout him out, YouTube shut me down. So, appreciation to him. But yeah, who knows if someone snitched. But I'm definitely going to set up a burner account. And on one of these next lives, I'll make sure I put the link out there so everybody can follow that channel. Because I most definitely, and I have other channels on deck. It's about picking one and sticking to it and making that, Shy Ill Reacts Part 2. So we could duck out over there when they try to shut me down. You know what I mean? But with that said, I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good night. I will be working and getting to it. Salutes to y'all. I appreciate everybody for the resources. I'm going to go check that stuff out. Appreciate y'all. Let's do this right here. Where is it? This. Boom. All right, y'all. I'll holla.
Think about the time when I ain't had shit. I'm talking way before the Cuban or the yellow whip. Niggas thinking that I got a younger reflection of daddy look the same, but I'm telling you I wasn't him. The world turns as another nigga loses his life, while we glorify this money, never knowing the price. They try to tell me it's a gamble, we just rolling the dice. No, the game ain't fair, niggas ain't playing right. Could you last in a jungle full of wolves and thugs? A cesspool of jealousy with endless drugs. Wicked ass recipe, they out for your blood, and we the cooks behind the stove selling niggas the raw. And if you spell that shit backwards, then you see what I saw. Us against each other, no regards for the law. Murder after murder, some shit that you never heard of. Try to stay about the way I crack another cigar. Lord, it's hard coming where I'm from. Nigga, these shot streets is troublesome. Coming out the house, better have a gun. Niggas will chew you up like bubblegum. We hustle, we don't fear niggas. From the city where they killing all the real niggas. Feel like we a threat, they gotta deal with us. Police ain't protecting us, boy, they trying to steal. Rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. And these bitches ain't to be trusted, I don't think with my dick. They say they crazy in love, but it'll set you up quick. And every bitch ain't Beyonce or the type to fiance. Thought he was a killer, turns out he was strong J. Couldn't be a dealer cause you hustle the wrong way. Rules to the fetty, a lot of niggas ain't ready. Be careful of your surroundings, boy, you're swimming with sharks. But knucklehead niggas don't listen, we know it all. A nigga disrespect my position, he gotta fall. And with that attitude right there, they fucked us all. Cause one go in the ground, the other behind the wall. Shorty got a glare like Ric Flair. Hating niggas turn into Mark Summers and Double Dare. One of the reasons I keep the burner in my underwear. Niggas knock your noodle back and I ain't trying to shit a pair. Yeah, it's hard coming where I'm from. Nigga, these shot streets is troublesome. Coming out the house, better have a gun. Niggas will chew you up like bubblegum. We hustle, we don't fear niggas. From the city where they killing all the real niggas. Feel like we a threat, they gotta deal with us. Police ain't protecting us, boy, they try to steal, kill us.
Scared of what, where I'm from. No bent knee, you're praying congregation, changing the outcome. No negotiations with God's son. No warning signs of preparation you can make when your time comes. Changing your respiration chokes the brain till your life done. Then you walk into the flames of what some claim is a bright sun. Everyone you knew confused, wondering how come. Why'd he choose you, a good dude with a young son? A wife, a good life, a knife, a bloodbath, a gun blast. You shot twice, you hurt bad. A bad joke quickly followed up with a dark laugh. And just that fast, that's your ass. You could just be sitting in the traffic. That's it, out the blue the glass hit. And you don't understand shit, too quick to register. Someone out here getting you, and the next thing you know, you don't get it.
It's hard coming where I'm from. Nigga, these shot streets is troublesome. Coming out the house, better have a gun. Niggas will chew you up like bubblegum. We hustle, we don't fear niggas. From the city where they killing all the real niggas. Feel like we a threat, they gotta deal with us. Police ain't protecting us, boy, they try to steal, kill us.
As a small business owner, time